Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be informed that the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 will commence very shortly in 5 minutes. So for those of you who are outside, kindly make your way into the room. And for those of you who have selected to sit towards the back, could we kindly ask you to move to the front so you can clearly see the presentation alongside with the very great expression of our speakers who will be presenting on the stage. We would kindly appreciate it. Once again, the Asia Food Safety Forum will commence in 5 minutes, so kindly make your way to the room. Another important note is that in order to ensure that all the messages of the speakers are being delivered properly, could we kindly ask for you to switch your phone to the silent mode? Thank you very much. Good morning once again. May I kindly invite the speaker of the opening ceremony, along with the opening plenary, to make your way to the front. We have placed the names on the armchair for you, so you can kindly make your way to the very first front row and locate where you can be seated. Thank you very much, as we will commence our opening ceremony very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will start very shortly. Kindly take your seat. Thank you very much.
Our world is changing. The number of crises is increasing. Climate change threatens the planet and global conflicts disrupt trade. Our food systems that feed billions face unprecedented challenges. Yet amid these challenges, opportunities are emerging. New technologies are opening doors we never thought possible. A global policy platform was created by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, where regulators, private sector leaders, and government officials from all over the world are brought together to tackle emerging trends and challenges in food safety. For the first time, this vital conversation comes to Asia, a region that feeds half of the world and impacts global food supply chains. This year, we explore 3 trends reshaping the future of food safety regulatory systems: digitalization, food innovation, and circularity. What used to take weeks of investigation now happens in minutes. Occurrence of potential hazards can be predicted scrapping public data from web. Supply chain transparency that once required armies of paperwork now fits in your pocket. Digital technologies can connect people globally, overcoming physical limitations caused by outbreaks. Digital certificates replacing paper trails. Technology isn't replacing human expertise, it's amplifying it, making food systems more robust, more responsive, and more resilient. The challenges are real. The solutions are emerging. The time to act is now. Welcome to the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026, where together we advance the future of food safety.
Sawadika, a very good morning and welcome everyone to the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. And welcome to Bangkok, Thailand. My name is Chanita Sidakit Krathon. I'm the current reigning Mrs. World 2025, as well as the news anchor at NBT World. And it's my great honor and great pleasure to be here on day 1 at the Food Safety Forum today. And today, the forum is organized by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in collaboration with the Informa Markets, together with the Australian government's Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and Food Industry Asia. Now, today marks the very first day of the very first Asia Food Safety Forum, bringing this platform to Asia for the very first time. And as you are all here, it is a great opportunity for all of you to have the opportunity to learn and discuss with the globally known food safety experts. And to formally open the forum, we will now hear from our opening remarks from our distinguished partners. To begin with, it is my great honor to introduce and invite onto the stage our special guests from the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives in Thailand on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Surya Jingrungruangkit, the Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives. So please give a big round of applause to the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Krit Uttama Wetin.
เรียนท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะครับในการประชุมแห่งนี้นะครับท่านผู้บริหารนะครับจากหน่วยงานภาคส่วนต่างๆนะครับที่ได้เข้าร่วมในการสัมมนาในฟอรัมของเราในวันนี้ ผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติและยินดีอย่างยิ่งนะครับที่ได้ต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่การประชุม Asia Food Safety Forum ในปี 2026 ซึ่งจัดขึ้นในประเทศไทยในวันนี้นะครับในนามของกระทรวงเกษตรและสหกรณ์ต้องขอบพระคุณทุกท่านอย่างจริงใจนะครับที่ทุกท่านได้เข้าร่วมมาจากทั่วทุกภูมิภาคในเอเชียแล้วก็ในหลายๆประเทศนะครับในการเข้าร่วมงานของพวกเราในครั้งนี้เนี่ยเป็นการสะท้อนความมุ่งมั่นร่วมกันที่เราจะยกระดับความปลอดภัยทางอาหารนะครับในสถานการณ์ที่ทั้งโลกเนี่ยมีความซับซ้อนนะครับมีบริบทความเชื่อมโยงต่างๆที่ซับซ้อนกันอย่างมาก
Dear Your Excellency and all the participants of the Asia Food Forum, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026, hosted here in Thailand. And on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, I extend our sincere appreciation to all participants joining from across Asia and beyond. Your presence reflects a strong and shared commitment in advancing food safety in an increasing complex and interconnected world.
ในโอกาสที่เราจะเริ่มการประชุมในเช้าวันนี้นะครับผมก็ต้องขอบพระคุณเป็นอย่างสูงนะครับสำหรับทุกๆหน่วยงานที่ได้มีส่วนสำคัญในการจัดงานนะครับการประชุมในครั้งนี้ที่ทำให้พวกเราได้มีโอกาสมาพบกันนะครับได้แก่ท่านผู้เข้าร่วมจากกระทรวงเกษตรประมงและป่าไม้ในเครือรัฐออสเตรเลียนะครับองค์กร Food Industry Asia นะครับบริษัทInformal Markets นะครับและองค์การพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมแห่งสหประชาชาติหรือ UNIDO.
Before we begin our sessions, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the co-organizers who have made this forum possible, namely Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry of Australia, the Food Industry Asia, Informal Markets, and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization.
สำหรับหัวข้อในการประชุมในวันนี้นะครับที่เราจะได้พูดคุยเป็นประเด็นหลักนั้นก็คงจะเป็นเรื่องที่เกี่ยวข้องกับการสร้างมุมมองสำคัญไปสู่อนาคตนะครับคือเรื่องของ Digitalization, Innovation and Circularity in Food Safety นะครับซึ่งเป็นประเด็นที่เรากำลังจะขับเคลื่อนร่วมกันไปสู่อนาคตนะครับโดยให้ความสำคัญกับบทบาทและก็เทคโนโลยีนวัตกรรมนะครับในการเสริมสร้างความปลอดภัยของระบบการผลิตอาหารนะครับซึ่งจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะต้องคำนึงถึงเรื่องการสร้างระบบเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนนะครับซึ่งตลอดห่วงโซ่อาหารนั้นนะครับการนำเอานวัตกรรมเทคโนโลยีแล้วก็เรื่องแนวคิดการหมุนเวียนเศรษฐกิจมาใช้เนี่ยเป็นประเด็นที่เราจะต้องขับเคลื่อนเดินทางต่อไปถึงอนาคตครับ
This year's theme, Digitization, Innovation and Circularity in Food Safety, is both timely and forward-looking. It highlights the transformative role of digital technologies and innovative approaches in strengthening food safety systems, while emphasizing the importance of sustainable and circular practices throughout the food value chain.
ครับซึ่งการพัฒนาเทคโนโลยีนะครับซึ่งขณะนี้ปัจจุบันกำลังเปลี่ยนผ่านไปสู่การใช้เทคโนโลยีในการติดตามกำกับควบคุมนะครับเพื่อสนองตอบต่อความเสี่ยงด้านความปลอดภัยอาหารตั้งแต่ระบบตรวจสอบย้อนกลับก็ตามหรือการวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลแบบเรียลไทม์ก็ตามนะครับไปจนถึงเครื่องมือการตรวจสอบอัจฉริยะสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นเครื่องช่วยสร้างความโปร่งใสนะครับเป็นการพัฒนาประสิทธิภาพและความเชื่อมั่นของพวกเราในระดับนานาประเทศได้
Digitization is reshaping how we monitor, manage, and respond to food safety risks, from traceability systems and real-time data analytics to smart inspection tools. These advancements are enhancing transparency, efficiency, and trust across borders.
ครับซึ่งสำหรับส่วนที่เป็นประเด็นต่างๆที่ได้กล่าวไปแล้วนั้นนะครับนวัตกรรมเป็นเครื่องมือสำคัญนะครับทั้งทางด้านเทคโนโลยีทางด้านโครงสร้างสถาบันหรือเชิงนโยบายก็ตามจะทำให้เราสามารถกำหนดมาตรการในการรับมือนะครับกับความท้าทายที่เกิดขึ้นได้อย่างดียิ่งขึ้นนะครับโดยเมื่อนำเอาหลักการของระบบเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนนะครับใช้ในเรื่องของการลดของเสียก็ตามการใช้ทรัพยากรให้เกิดประโยชน์คุ้มค่านะครับรวมถึงการสร้างระบบอาหารที่มีความยั่งยืนและครอบคลุมนั้นนะครับจะทำให้การ ดำเนินงานของพวกเราทุกๆส่วนเนี่ยบรรลุเป้าหมายและวัตถุประสงค์ได้ครับ
At the same time, innovation, whether technological, institutional, or policy-driven, enables us to address emerging challenges more effectively. Coupled with the principles of circularity, we are encouraged to reduce waste, optimize resource use, and ensure that food systems remain resilient, sustainable, and inclusive.
ครับสำหรับประเทศไทยมีความมุ่งมั่นนะครับแน่นอนอย่างแน่วแน่นะครับในการเสริมสร้างมาตรฐานที่ตั้งอยู่บนพื้นฐานของวิทยาศาสตร์การเสริมสร้างกฎระเบียบนะครับที่จะส่งเสริมความร่วมมือนะครับทั้งในระดับภูมิภาคนะครับแล้วก็ในระดับสากลระหว่างประเทศเราเชื่อเป็นอย่างยิ่งครับว่าการสร้างความร่วมมือระหว่างรัฐนะครับภาคเอกชนนะครับสถาบันการศึกษานะครับองค์กรต่างๆนั้นจะเป็นกุญแจสำคัญในการบรรลุระบบอาหารปลอดภัยร่วมกันครับ
Thailand remains firmly committed in promoting science-based standards, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and fostering regional international cooperation. We believe that collaboration among governments, international organizations, academia, and the private sector is essential into achieving safe and sustainable food systems.
ครับดังนั้นในการประชุมในวันนี้นะครับจึงเป็นเวทีสำคัญสำหรับพวกเรานะครับในการแลกเปลี่ยนแบ่งปันองค์ความรู้แนวปฏิบัติต่างๆนะครับเพื่อร่วมกันแสวงหาแนวทางเชิงปฏิบัตินะครับที่จะกำหนดทิศทางอนาคตนะครับและความปลอดภัยในภูมิภาคของพวกเรา
I am confident that our discussions today will lead to meaningful outcomes and stronger partnerships to benefit all of us.
ครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อมั่นอย่างยิ่งครับว่าในการหารือของพวกเราตลอดการประชุมในครั้งนี้นะครับจะนำไปสู่ผลลัพธ์ในการปฏิบัติที่เป็นรูปธรรมนะครับเพื่อเสริมสร้างความร่วมมือที่เข้มแข็งยิ่งขึ้นในการสร้างประโยชน์ร่วมกันของทุกๆฝ่ายนั้นก็ขอให้พวกเราได้ร่วมกันก้าวไปสู่อนาคตของระบบอาหารปลอดภัยที่ยั่งยืนและก็ชาญฉลาดร่วมกันขอบคุณครับ
Let us move forward together for a safer, smarter, and more sustainable food future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Grit, for your kind and welcoming remarks. As for the next speaker, I'd like to invite on stage the chairperson of the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection and Certification Systems and First Assistant Secretary of the Exports and Veterinary Services Division at the Australian Government's Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Tom Black.
Thank you. Sawadee krap. Good morning. Deputy Permanent Secretary, industry partners, distinguished delegates, it's with great pleasure that I address you this morning. Can I start by acknowledging our hosts, the Government of Thailand, and in particular the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives. Thank you for your support. Can I thank our industry partners, Food Industry Asia and Informa Markets. Thank you for working with us to allow us to host this event in the sidelines of your much bigger trade shows. So we appreciate it. And of course, can I extend my gratitude to our partners here, the United Nations Industrial Development Organisation, for hosting what is sure to be a very engaging 2 days of discussion, collaboration and sharing of insights. Following on from the successful Vienna Food Safety Forum in June last year, the Australian Government is thrilled to again be partnering with UNIDO to support the Asia Food Safety Forum. During the Vienna Forum, there was important and timely discussion on topics of food safety, modernisation, innovation, and the use of digital technologies in the global food supply chain. This week's forum provides an excellent opportunity to continue the international dialogue and the momentum on those topics with knowledgeable and distinguished speakers, and I'm sure a broad and engaged audience. The evolution of technology provides opportunities for innovation for businesses in the food industry, and also for regulators to ensure efficiencies support required food safety outcomes. Similarly, it provides opportunities for increased transparency for consumers, for example, where individuals can follow the pathway for the production of their food from the farm to the fork. Digitalisation can enhance the collection and collation of data, improve traceability and transparency, and strengthen evidence available to support risk-based and data-driven decision-making. An example of this is the adoption of electronic certification, which is the exchange of export certification information to provide trading partners assurance of the integrity and safety of foods imported, and hopefully, for industry's perspective, to move product more quickly through borders. That same data can be exchanged to provide an opportunity for importing authorities to plan inspections into the future, managing staffing resources while assessing risk, all achieved while providing a secure government-to-government exchange of information that helps reduce fraud and certification fraud, reduce food and certification fraud. So the benefits of modernisation do not come without complexities and questions arising from the rapid adoption of new technologies and innovations. For example, we are all seeing the incredibly rapid increase of the use of artificial intelligence, and I'm sure we will talk about that more over the coming days. AI has huge potential. It has potential to create considerable efficiencies in regulatory decisions, in the regulatory decisions that we make, and to create new opportunities to support the food supply chain. But it brings with it new questions, such as the appropriate use of automated decision-making. For example, I pose the question to the room, will we or should we allow AI to make regulatory decisions, or should AI take us to the point where the human still makes the decision? I think I know the answer, but we'll see where we get to. It's a key discussion that I think globally we're all having at some level. How do we adopt AI in a successful and appropriate way that supports food safety outcomes, the role of regulators, transparent and robust decision-making, but importantly, supports industry innovation? The increasing use of technology also brings the need to ensure it can not only communicate data across domestic agencies, but also that it can support exchange of information and data in usable ways between trading partners and potentially between government and industry. So this concept of interoperability can, and in the first instance should, be applied to the data we collect, the format in which we collect it, store it, and eventually use it, and that includes sharing where appropriate. So I speak to you today with two hats, as the Australian Government representative, and as I say, I'm thrilled to be here to do that, but also as the chair of CCFIX. And can I acknowledge Vice Chair Khalid from the Codex Commission, who's here with us today. Thank you for your support. Coming together internationally now more than ever to develop shared standards and risk-based guidelines will support the efficient and effective use of data and information, not only domestically, but across international borders, and they'll support the global food trade. In CCFIX, we're coming together in this way to develop principles and guidelines that support countries to incorporate new technologies and into their national food control systems, to realise efficiencies, but of course to deliver food safety outcomes. CCFIX has a long history of doing this. Previously, we have developed guidance on the use of paperless exchange of official certificates, eCert, and we've also developed guidance on the use of remote audit and inspection in regulatory frameworks. And that supports the appropriate risk-based use of this tool by competent authorities, where we can free up resources for activities aimed at higher risk areas. Work has recently commenced under CCFIX to develop principles for the digitalisation of national food control systems, a topic that I'm sure we will cover off a lot on over the next couple of days. This work aims to provide high-level, flexible guiding principles at an overarching framework level to help competent authorities to incorporate digital approaches into their national food control systems. This work is intended to support a cohesive framework when considering the application and use of technology. It's my very great hope that it will complement existing guidelines and standards, as well as development of new ones, and provide a platform for future work in this area. We're also updating the principles on traceability and product tracing within a national food control system. As chairperson of CCFIX, I'm incredibly pleased to see the engagement from countries and organisations in contributing to the important work of this committee. And in particular, while we're here in Thailand, can I thank Thailand for their ongoing input into the work of that committee. They are very active, and for which I'm thankful. I believe ongoing engagement in international food safety standard setting work will only become more important as the evolution of technology and innovation continues. It's important we do this from a government perspective, but it's important that we do this to assist industry to continue to move food, safe food, around the world in what is complex and challenging international circumstances. I look forward to what will no doubt be a very productive 2 days of discussion. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black, for your welcoming remarks. Now, next item of the agenda, we have another partner from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Manuel Matiat.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates, Kun Chris, Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives. It's a great pleasure to be here today and welcome you on behalf of UNIDO, on behalf of our Director General, Gerd Müller, who couldn't be here. He would have liked to attend, but he's looking forward to welcoming many of you to the next editions of the Food Safety Forum in Vienna. So let me first of all thank you all for being here. And it's really my great pleasure to welcome you to the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 here in Bangkok. So at the outset, allow me to underline that food security and safe and sustainable food systems are at the heart of UNIDO's work. So industrial development for us is essentially around 3 pillars that really define our work. It's agribusiness, it's sustainable energy, clean energy, climate protection, and the third pillar is trade, sustainable supply chains, and so which kind of in a nutshell sums up the three priorities of UNIDO's work. And under the leadership of our Director General Gerd Müller, who used to be the German sort of Vice Minister of Agriculture in a previous life and then Minister of Economic Cooperation. So he really has consistently emphasized that a world without hunger is possible, and that's kind of his driving force as a politician and a motto for UNIDO now as well. A world without hunger is possible, but only if we transform our food systems to be more resilient, inclusive, and safe. So his key message is usually that we have the technologies, we have the knowledge, we have the financial resources, but we have to bring these solutions together. And it's often a lack of political will, which is preventing us from delivering on these commitments. But we have the technologies and the knowledge. With the resources, we need the political will to bring the solutions to the ground. And that's essentially UNIDO's role, to make it happen on the ground with our great partners here today as well. So food safety is a critical pillar of this transformation. Without safe food, there can be no food security, no consumer trust, and no sustainable trade. Ensuring that food is safe, accessible, and of high quality is therefore central to our collective mission, both globally and especially here in the Asia-Pacific region. So allow me first of all to express my thanks and appreciation to the Government of Thailand, of course, to the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry of Australia, to Informa Markets, our great partner, to the World Packaging Organization. You learned a lot yesterday as well from our exchanges, and to Food Industry Asia. So I would also like to thank all other collaborating institutions for their dedication to making this important gathering possible. We are particularly pleased to convene this forum for the first time in Asia, creating a unique platform that connects policymakers, industry, and academia. So ladies and gentlemen, we meet at an important, pivotal moment. Food systems across the world, and we all know the crises that are affecting this. and especially in this region, are undergoing, well, challenges, but also rapid transformation. So expanding trade, evolving consumer expectations, an increasingly complex kind of supply chain network are placing new pressures on food safety systems. And at the same time, technological advances are opening new opportunities, new pathways to address these challenges. So ensuring safe food is not only a regulatory or a technical issue, but it's also fundamental to public health, economic development, and international trade. It is also essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those related to zero hunger and as well as sustainable industrial development. So the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 builds directly on this momentum, and it's especially momentum that, at least for us in the organization, started, at least to be put on the agenda more prominently with the Addis conference, the World Without Hunger conference that we hosted in 2024. And this already brought together key stakeholders around one clear message, which is ending hunger requires not only increased production, but stronger and more resilient agro-food systems. So today's forum builds a little bit on this momentum and on the strong foundation established by this Addis conference, but also the previous editions of the Vienna Food Safety Forum, which brought together global leaders to advance dialogue, innovation, and collaboration in food safety. So together these efforts demonstrate, and this is really where we come in, from dialogue, if you like, and platforms like these and conferences to implementation. So this is for us a kind of an important message to demonstrate the shift from dialogue to delivery and from commitment to implementation, and to brainstorm together how this can best be achieved. So they demonstrate the power of partnerships in addressing shared challenges and advancing practical forward-looking solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are bringing this global momentum to the Asia-Pacific region, one of the most dynamic and strategically important regions for food production, manufacturing, and trade. The theme of this year's forum, you've heard in previous speeches, the importance of this digitalization, innovation, and circularity in food safety, captures the key drivers shaping the future of food systems. Digital technologies are transforming how we manage food safety risks. Artificial intelligence, and I've met some amazing companies here in Bangkok as well in that space in the past few days. Digital traceability systems and electronic certification are enabling more efficient, transparent, and data-driven regulatory as well as supply chain processes. So these tools offer tremendous potential to strengthen compliance, reduce costs, and build trust across borders. New processing technologies and circular approaches, such as the use of recycled materials, and there was a lot of discussions yesterday at the ProPack, and good kind of around this issue of recycled materials in food packaging. They offer sustainability benefits, but also reduce careful oversight to ensure that they meet the highest food safety standards. So in this context, the Asia Food Safety Forum provides a platform, first of all, to strengthen this regional cooperation, to promote regulatory alignment, to accelerate the adoption of digital solutions, and to foster partnerships that translate innovation into results, into tangible results. So UNIDO remains committed to supporting member states across the world in building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems. And these challenges, basically, that's the key message from me today, before us are significant, but they are not futile if we act together. With the right partnerships, the right technologies, the right policies, we can ensure that food systems are not only more productive and sustainable, but also safer for everyone. So let me conclude really by encouraging all participants to engage actively, share openly your experiences, and that especially that we end up collaborating, practically speaking, in the implementation of projects. This is really our bread and butter as an organization, as a technical agency of the UN, to implement projects on the ground as a result of these conferences as well. So the true value of this forum will lie in the connections we build and the solutions we advance together. So I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum. We look forward to welcoming you soon in the next edition of the Vienna Food Safety Forum, beautiful city in the heart of Europe. So just to have some Vienna promotion as well at this stage. And I thank you very much for your kind attention. Kapun Kapun, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mathiat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Asia Food Safety Forum takes place as a side event of ProPack Asia 2026 and the continent's premier exhibition for processing and packaging organized by Informa Markets. So to commence the next section of the opening ceremony, may I kindly invite the Group Portfolio Director from the Informa Markets. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Fraser Hawkes.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the Asia Food Safety Forum. On behalf of ProPack Asia, I'm delighted to welcome all of you to this important forum, organised in collaboration with UNIDO and our esteemed partners from the Australian Government and FIA. We are co-located with ProPack Asia, Asia's premier exhibition for processing and packaging technologies. Food safety is one of the most important priorities for the global food industry, as supply chains become increasingly complex and consumer expectations continue to evolve. Ensuring safe, high quality and traceable food products requires collaboration across the entire value chain. That is why today's forum is so valuable. It provides a platform for policymakers, regulators, manufacturers, technology providers, academics, and industry experts to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and explore solutions to strengthen food safety systems across the region. At ProPack Asia, we are committed to connecting industry, stakeholders, and driving progress through innovation, technology, and collaboration. The co-location of this forum with ProPack Asia offers a unique opportunity to combine meaningful discussions with first-hand access to the latest processing, packaging, and food safety technologies showcased out on the show floor. I would like to express again our sincere appreciation to UNIDO, our partners, speakers, and all participants for the support and contribution to this important initiative. Collaboration is a huge theme and a huge part of everything we do at Informa Markets, and you can see by the logos on this stage and also all the speakers and partners that have been brought here together today. It's so vitally important for us to help continue to bring these industries together. We wish you a productive and insightful forum, fruitful discussions, and valuable networking opportunities. Thank you once again for joining us today, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Asia Food Safety Forum and also ProPack Asia. Cup kun cup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. And now, to conclude the opening ceremony today, we'd like to invite the Chief Executive Officer of Food Industry Asia on stage. So big round of applause to Mr. Matt Kovac.
Swadee Cup. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's actually a privilege to help open the Asia Food Safety Forum and to do it here in Bangkok. Let me begin with some thanks, and starting with the people who have been sharing the stage with me this morning, to our hosts in Thailand, to the Deputy Secretary, Kun Chris, thank you very much. He's the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, obviously, so thank you very much for an excellent opening speech. To UNIDO, to Manuel Mathiat for convening the forum and for carrying this from Vienna to Asia, so thank you very much. To Mr. Tom Black, who chairs the Codex Commission, sorry, he doesn't chair the Codex Commission, he chairs the Codex Committee, not yet, that's a promotion, on import and export inspection and certification, and he represents Australia, of course, the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and forestry. And hopefully he's going to ground us in regulation and regulatory practice in the next couple of days. Hopefully not too much regulation. To Fraser Hawkes. So Fraser, thank you and the team at Informa Markets for placing this forum alongside ProPack Asia. It's a fantastic idea. There's tens of thousands of people that walk through the door, but there's a lot of people here today who are clearly interested in food safety. My thanks to the Master of Ceremonies as well, to Chanita Craythorne for guiding us through this morning, and to all the dignitaries and important guests that I can see here at the front, and to you in the room as well. Thanks for being here. And a special thanks as well to Gabor and his team from UNIDO for making this happen. So look, here's why this forum matters. I would say this because I'm biased, but the stakes in food safety are the highest here in Asia. Our populations are growing, they're aging, our supply chains are getting longer, our supply chains are getting shorter as a result of certain issues that we have today. Regulatory systems are modernizing quite rapidly. And so to get food safety right and to protect public health and unlock trade, we need to establish consumer trust as well. Now, if you get that wrong, you lose all three at once. And sadly, that can happen and has been happening on a global scale a little bit recently. So the themes that we have set for today on digitalization, innovation, and circularity are certainly not abstractions. They are the decisions that regulators across this region are taking right now. So how do we make digital traceability work across borders? How do we accept an electronic certificate issued from one country and then enter into another? And how do we assess the safety of recycled materials that come into contact with food? And that's an incredibly emerging and exciting and important area. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. So these are the practical questions, and they do carry real consequences for both health and trade. And not one of them can be answered by government or the public sector alone, but it's also by industry. And I guess this is what the heart of what I want to say, is that food safety is one of the few areas where public and private interests do point in the same direction. Regulators set those standards and protect the public, but they cannot see inside every facility or trace every shipment in real time. Industry runs the supply chains, holds the operational data, and feels the cost of failure first. But industry really cannot write its own rules and expect everyone to trust them. We have to do this in a partnership. So the information that makes traceability work, it sits largely with the companies, of course. The frameworks that make that information credible sit with the regulators. A contamination event does not respect the line between public and private sector. And of course, we understand that. But this is why a forum like today's is not a nicety. It is the mechanism. It is where regulators, companies, technology providers, and international bodies sit in the same room. We can test each other's thinking. We can build some shared standards and understanding. And hopefully then we can get consumers to really trust us and rely on us. So at Food Industry Asia, this is the work that we do and with what we exist for, quite frankly. And we're really proud to sit alongside all of the partners today. But I would say, and this is a challenge for UNIDO and Australia today, is we're going to have some fantastic conversations today and tomorrow. But let's look at what the outputs can be, what some outcomes we can do. Let's work towards a couple of, even if it's small projects that we can do this year as well, let's get that done and really demonstrate the value of why we've brought this critical forum to Bangkok and to Asia. So let me hand back now and just say, so look, over the next couple of days, really be candid, be practical as well in our approach, and make sure that you come away from this event learning more than before you came. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and I look forward to today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovac. May you remain on stage as we proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is the group photo. On this occasion, may I kindly invite the Speaker of the opening ceremonies on stage, Mr. Grit Uttama Wenin, the Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative Thailand, Mr. Tom Black, the Chairperson of the Codex Committee on Food and Import and Export, Inspection and Certification Systems, Mr. Manuel Matiat, Chief of Cabinet from UNIDO, and Mr. Fraser Hawks, Group Portfolio Director from Informa Markets, on stage, please. We will have 3 photo opportunities to let you know. So after this first shot here, I would like to invite all the representatives, the speakers in the front row to join after for the next second shot. And the last shot, all of you here, please join us later on and I will announce you. So make sure your picture ready for that. Okay. It's so wonderful to see all of our every sectors coming together to make this very first Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 happening in Asia for the very first time, and hopefully many more, Gabor, right? Many more to come. Okay, did we get all the pictures of the first shot? And please remain on stage. เดี๋ยวขอเรียนเชิญบนเวทีก่อนนะคะ We will have another picture with all of the speakers in the front row. Please kindly join the executive on stage for another photo shoot. Kindly, you can use the steps on this side. These are the speakers who you will meet later on for very insightful data, statistics, suggestions, and many, many more exchanges. So these will be, the second shot will be for the speaker who sits in the first row. And right after this photo opportunity, we would like to invite all of you, yes, all of you, the audience, the participants, to join in to commemorate this wonderful first time ever of Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 in Asia. All the speakers and executives, please remain on stage as we invite all the participants. Please get up on your feet. Kindly join the executives. Make your way. I know you have made your way from perhaps just across the street, but some of you have come all the way from the other continent. So kindly, if you can kindly join us and commemorate this, because we will have a video recording as well as part of UNIDO's amazing program and an exchanging platform for all of us, the experts, the policymakers, important people, to make innovation available for people to tackle poverty and every other sustainable development goals set by the UN and other countries. Okay. Let's give us a couple of minutes so we have everyone here. Could we make sure that we squeeze in a little bit more, because the camera's angle is rather limited. So if you feel comfortable bending down a bit, feel free to make your way towards the center. Yes, we have the fighter in the middle. างด้านซ้ายเก็บได้ครบไหมคะ Can we get everyone in? Where does it start? Does it start from the backdrop or where would you like to? Oh, okay, everyone's in now. Okay, so this will be the photo opportunity. So everyone say cheese. And then we have a video. So ช่างกล้องตากล้องวิดีโอพร้อมไหมคะ Oh, so we're gonna do a still photography first, and right after this, we will be doing the video. The main photographer is the guy with the glasses, so make sure that you smile to that camera, please. And now for the video, we would like for you to say food safety video. Video is over there with the green button, so we say food safety. 3, 2, 1. Food safety. Another one? One is enough. One more. After food safety, you wave, okay? Ready? พร้อมยังคะพร้อม 3, 2, 1. Food safety. Wave. Yeah. Thank you very, very much, everyone, especially those on your knees. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining this wonderful commemorative moment together. Now, we are going to move on to the next session. So just to let you know that there are snacks and coffees where you can bring them in to the room. So we're coming back in 10 minutes, which is 10:35. 10 minutes, 10:35. We'll prepare the snacks as well as tea and coffee for you for a quick break, and we'll come back. And you can also bring your tea and coffee and snacks inside so you can be ready. And the speakers will be starting to share the experience on food safety in Asia. So please make sure that you're ready. I can see that many of you haven't left yet. I know that you're quite eager to hear what our speakers have prepared for all of us here. So that's really lovely. But for you, if you like to take 8 minutes left. 8 minutes to make sure that you're ready for a full set of insightful informations, experience sharing, case studies from all around Asia. It is your time to take your 8 minutes. Bring in your tea and coffee and snacks in. That is more than okay to bring it in. And we will start at 10:35. See you at 10:35. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the tea and coffee and the snacks can be brought inside the conference room. So you can feel free to bring them in and take your seat as the opening plenary will begin very shortly. Once again, if you're outside, feel free to bring in your snacks and tea or coffee inside the conference room, where we will begin the opening plenary session very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening plenary session will begin very shortly. For the speakers for the next session, kindly take your seat as we will start our opening plenary very soon. Thank you. Everyone, welcome back after the break. I hope that you enjoy a bit of a break and wonderful snacks and tea and coffee that you need to have prepared for you. Now, just earlier we had high-level perspectives on the opportunities and as well as the challenges for the future of food safety. So now the next session that we will be enjoying, we will move on to setting the visions on how to explore how different countries and organizations across the region in Asia are putting that vision into practice. So opening with our opening plenary, under the theme, The Digital Future of Food Safety in Asia, will feature high-level statements from representatives of governments and authorities, international organizations, and regional bodies on how digitalization and emerging technologies can reshape food safety systems across Asia. Our first speaker came all the way from Saudi Arabia. He is the vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission and a head of international communication for food standards at the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Khalid Al-Sarani.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, good morning. It's both honor and pleasure to be here today to join you for this important discussion on digitalization and emerging technologies and their growing influence on food safety systems. On behalf of the chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Dr. Alan Ezegeli, and my fellow vice chairpersons, Betul Vazgashkar and Jing Tiang, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Australian government represented by Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Food Industry Asia, and Informa Market for organizing and hosting this important event, bringing together experts and stakeholders to exchange experiences and perspectives on digitalization and emerging technologies is both timely and valuable as we collectively work towards strengthening food safety systems. Around the world, food systems are becoming more complex, more interconnected, and more dynamic than ever before. At the same time, rapid advances in digital technologies are changing how information is generated, shared, analyzed, and used to support decision-making. The developments provide an opportunity for food safety authorities, international organizations, academia, and industry to rethink how we work, collaborate, and respond to emerging challenges. Digitalization is no longer simply a matter of efficiency. It's increasingly becoming an important component of modern and resilient food safety systems. As a vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, I have also witnessed how digital technologies can support international standard setting. The Codex Strategic Plan 2026-2031 recognizes the importance of leveraging digital and emerging technologies to improve work management system and practices. This commitment is reflected in efforts to improve access to standards, enhance document management, support more effective committee processes, and advance discussion on the digitalization of national food control system and the paperless exchange of official certification information. Speaking of paperless, I today morning approached the hotel's front desk in order to print out my speech. I realized that I have included in my speech the paperless project. So I thought I would practice what I preach. And then I took action not to print out the document, as I believe action could be taken once available. So that I'm providing my presentation or my intervention today using technology, not the paper. Back to the track. Together, the initiatives I have mentioned previously contribute to making Codex work more transparent, inclusive, and efficient for all members. As we continue to embrace digitalization and emerging technologies, we must ensure the innovation remains inclusive. Our goal should not only be to advance the use of technology, but also to ensure that all members can benefit from it and contribute to it. No country should be left behind. International platforms, such as Codex, can play an important role in facilitating knowledge sharing, fostering collaboration, and promoting a common understanding of how digital technologies can support food safety systems. At the same time, while technology continues to evolve, the fundamental principles that underpin food safety remain unchanged. Science, transparency, collaboration, and inclusiveness will continue to be essential to building trust and ensuring effective outcomes. The challenge before us is therefore not simply how to adapt new technologies, but how to make the best use of them in a way that supports our shared objectives and strengthens the effectiveness of food safety systems. I look forward to hearing the experiences and perspectives from colleagues from across all the region and learning how different approaches and innovation are helping to shape the future of food safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid Al Khalifa. Next, may I kindly invite the Chief Technology Officer at the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India on stage to deliver her speech. Please give a big round of applause to Ms. Lily Prasad. Coming in with her beautiful sari representing India.
Good morning, and thank you, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, for giving me this opportunity to talk on food safety. Digitalization, data security, maintaining quality, traceability is a very important aspect for securing food safety. FSSAI, as a regulator in India, has been working on digitalization of food safety, and we have developed various verticals managed through an API framework hosted on private cloud with advanced security feature while maintaining the confidentiality and integrity of data related to licensing, registration portal, food imports systems, lab management systems, training, and awareness. The features of the framework are mainly related to the security, integrity, confidentiality, trust, and security of the data, which is stored from different portals, including various integrations and audits. We have implemented artificial intelligence in implementing risk management system for processing of the applications related to the licensings and food import systems, which helps us in promoting the efficiency of the application processing. There is also a detailed implementation of advanced analytics, which is being used for decision making, and all the applications are hosted on private cloud. All these efforts have been made so that the integrity of the system is maintained, the quality of the food is improved, sample management is implemented at all aspects. There is a end-to-end traceability, and the data security is maintained. We thank you all for giving us this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prasad. And next, may I kindly invite on stage the Deputy Director General at the Food and Drug Department from Laos People Democratic Republic. Please give a big round of applause to Ms. Viangsai Wansilalom.
So very good morning. So first of all, I would like to thank you, the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative, the United Nations for Industry Development and FIA, and also Informal Market to support me to participate here and also organize just a very important event here in Bangkok, Thailand. So I am from the Food and Drug Department, Ministry of Health. So the Food and Drug Department of Ministry of Health is doing the regulate of the food and drug and health product regulatory in Laos. So taking on this big amount of the work, so that we apply for paperwork in the last last 20 years. So making the hard work for Food and Drug Department, doing job very effectively. So in last 3 years, Food and Drug Department is applying for digitalization technology for the pre-marketing approval. So Food and Drug Department also working with the National Single Window is doing import-export licensing and also linkage between the border agency. So this is the allowed Laopedia to save the resources, save the time, and make more work efficient. So in the process that we done for last 3 years, we can save the time more than 50% on the last work that have been paper with the paperwork. So this technology allows FDD, Food and Drug Department, is have more efficiently work on the pre-marketing approval for the food and drug and also health product. For food safety, now we have behind for the medicine approval. So we starting from the food import licensing, and we now currently working on the export licensing as well as the food registration. So thank you for the UNIDO to develop the remote audits and inspection for the ASEAN, and it will be guide us to do the inspection of the food facility where is really long distance, and also the training for the inspector how to do this inspection when the headquarters cannot be able to reach them. So this is allow us to bring the country from the far distance and facilitate the food business. They don't need to driving to the headquarters for the submission. They can now submit online, and then also very convenient for the food business. But the disadvantage, not every provinces that we have such kind of technology. So government need to work more and invest more to have capacity for the IT technology, human resources. So today I would like to hear from other countries the good experience to implement this digitalization innovation in order to improve the food safety control in Laopedia. Again, thank you very much for the support, and thank you very much to be here. So I would like to wish you all successful in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vingsai Wansilalom from Lao PRD. And as she mentioned, digitalization can definitely facilitate how the food safety can be implemented. And yes, I think it's a perfect sense that to be able, is it possible to grab you later on if anyone would like to share their experience or learn from you? Yes, I'm sure that's great. So let's move on to another representative all the way from Mongolia. He's the advisor at the Department of International Trade and Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Angbo Washilov.
Very good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure being in beautiful capital city of Bangkok. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, on the behalf of Government of Mongolia and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, it is my distinct honor to participate in the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 and to join this opening plenary on the digital future of the food safety in Asia. I would like also sincerely thank the UNIDO for this kind invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia is a unique country, landlocked between China and Russia, with a vast territory and predominantly nomadic, grass-fed livestock sector. While we are proud of this heritage, our geographic constraints and heavy reliance on food imports make the food safety, traceability, and secure supply chains one of the crucial national priorities. In the recent years, by the initiative of the President of Mongolia, we have launched the major national initiatives, including Food Revolution, aimed at increasing domestic food production and expanding export that comply with the international food safety and quality standards. Ministry of Foreign Affairs is actively contributing to the Mongolia's broader economic diversification agenda by promoting international trade, digital trade, and paperless trade integration. Our ministry played a central role in developing Mongolia's digital trade integration plan, a framework designed to overcome cross-border connectivity barriers and strengthen economic resilience and align Mongolia with Asia and the Pacific regional digital and paperless trade standards. Allow me to note that it was a privilege to be vice chair of the 5th session of the Council meeting of the Framework Agreement on Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and Pacific, taking place at the UNESCOP in Bangkok. Mongolia is party to this agreement, so-called CIFTA agreement, since 2021. And we recognize the importance of the closing regulatory gaps and establishing practical mechanisms that reduce trade costs for all countries, especially for landlocked developing countries. Mongolia is modernizing its legal environment to integrate electronic signatures and recognize digital documents, expanding the mechanisms for the electronic exchange of export declarations with our neighboring countries like China and Russia is essential for improving control and traceability and safety of the food shipments. According to the UN Global Survey on Digital and Sustainable Trade Facilitation, Mongolia's overall trade facilitation scores stands at 58%. While we perform strongly in transparency and domestic cooperation, we are working to improve our performance at the cross-border paperless trade, which is at 27.7%, and paperless trade, which is at 51.8%. In parallel, Mongolia is strengthening its food control system through legislative reforms, enhanced risk-based assessments, improved laboratory capacity, and more robust food certification protocols. Ongoing feasibility studies, including the national single window systems, aim to bridge remaining technical and legal gaps. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, within the framework of the UNIDO Mongolia country program, we are committed to enhancing the competitiveness of both public and private sectors through digital transformation and improved food safety system and modern packaging standards for the domestic and international markets. To achieve these goals, Mongolia seeks stronger partnership and wider collaboration with the distinguished institutions and experts gathered here at the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. I wish you a very productive, inspiring forum, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Washilov, for your opening remarks. And now I'm really pleased to welcome the next speaker. So we had Mongolia, we had India, we had Laos. Now let's move on to another neighboring country from Malaysia. Kindly be invited on stage, the Deputy Pre-Market Approval Branch from Food Safety and Quality Program. A big round of applause to Mr. Amran bin Hazan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah and good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, industry leaders, representatives from international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are gathered to discuss a topic that rapidly is reshaping the way we produce, trade, regulate and consume food, digital future of food safety in Asia. And why digitalization matters? Because Asia is home to some of the world's most dynamic food systems. We are major producers, exporters, innovators, and we are a very big as a consumer. Food product may cross multiple borders before reaching consumers, involving farmers, processors, distributors, retailers, regulators, and certification bodies. As supply chain become increasing complex, our traditional approach to food safety is no longer sufficient on their own. The future requires us to move from paper-based system to digital ecosystem, from reactive response to predictive prevention, and from isolated information to connected intelligence. Technology is the tool. Technology is not the final destination. When we talk about digital information in food safety, many people immediately think about technology, blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data analysis, digital certificates, Internet of Things sensors, and cloud-based traceability system. These technologies are indeed important. However, technology itself is not the destination. It's a tool. The true goal is much bigger. The goal is to build a food system that is safer, more transparent, more resilient, and more trusted by the consumer. In Malaysia perspective, as a short case study from Malaysia's perspective, digitalization presents enormous opportunities. We are seeing growing interest in electronic certification, digital traceability system, risk-based surveillance, and data-driven regulatory decision making. A practical example in Malaysia moved toward digital certification system for food safety and export documentation. This system helped to reduce manual processing, improve accuracy, and speed up communication between authorities and the industry players. In the area of traceability, Malaysia food businesses, particularly in the sectors such as palm oil, cocoa, and processed food, are increasingly adopting digital record system that allow product to be tracked from production to export. This enhances transparency and help business respond more quickly during food safety incidents or recalls. And for your information, Malaysia has developed food safety information system we call FOSIM, a centralized digital platform to serve as a single gateway. It brings together regulators, food business, laboratories, inspectors in a single ecosystem. From premise registration, operational, certification, audit, sampling, and import process. Malaysia is also actively engaged in Asian cooperation on digital and food safety initiative. Through regional discussion, ASEAN member states are exploring greater harmonization of digital documentation, information sharing, and interoperability standard to facilitate safer and more efficient trade across the region. This effort shows that digital transformation is not about the national system, it is about regional connectivity and mutual trust. However, digital transformation is not without challenge. Many food business, particularly SMEs, are still at early stage of digital adoption. Some continues to rely heavily on paper record. Others face challenges related to cost, infrastructure, technical expertise, and access to digital solution. And collaboration across the border, no single government, company, or organization can achieve this alone. Collaboration will be essential. We need stronger partnership between regulators and industry, between technology providers and food businesses, between developed and developing economies, and between countries across Asia and beyond. Food safety challenges do not stop at national borders. So as we look ahead, I believe digital future for food safety will be built on few pillars: data-driven decision-making, interoperability and connectivity, and inclusiveness, making sure that business of all sizes can participate and benefit from digital transformation. So if we succeed, the benefit will extend far beyond food safety. We will strengthen trade, enhance supply chain resilience, reduce food fraud, support sustainability activities, and ultimately improve public health outcome across the region. As a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the future of food safety is not simply digital. It's a collaborative, it's connected, it's transparent, and it is built on trust. The technology are available. The momentum is growing. Now, our responsibility is to ensure that this transformation benefits everyone across the food chain. From farm to fork, from local market to global trade, and from today's generation to the next. Together, let us shape a digital future that strengthens food safety, support innovation, protect consumer throughout Asia and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amran, for your speech. And next we will, thank you. We've learned from different countries, and it's inevitable to not learn from the host country, Thailand. So now we have the expert in food standard from the Food and Drug Administration from Thailand. So please give a big round of applause. Just to let you know that on behalf of Ms. Supatra Bunserm, the Secretary General of the Food and Drug Administration of Thailand. A big round of applause to Mr. Yanapon Khao Pongsi Ka. เชิญค่ะ
On behalf of Thai FDA, I would like to say good morning and welcome to the ASEAN Food Safety Forum 2026. To policymakers, industry, representatives, and experts who have the joy forum today, thank you for making the timeline to be here. I also would like to extend my appreciation to UNIDO for bringing this forum to Bangkok, Thailand. So, and for the works that has been done into the making possible, welcome all participants to Bangkok and please enjoy the delightful of this house. As a supply chain grow more complex and consumer expectation continue to evolve, the regulatory frameworks that cover food safety need to be keep pace. This forum an opportunity to reflect on where we are and to think practically about the path forward. The path that will surely include digital innovation. One of the clearest trends shaping food safety regulation today is the digitalization. Across the region, we are seeing government and industry adapt to this new tool. This is driving broader conversation about how our regulatory frameworks need to evolve. So for the Thai FDA, we also put our efforts to digitalization our food safety control system, as well as allowing the circular economy to grow innovatively. For the e-labeling is one of our initiatives, which is now starting from the water bottle, moving product information to digital format open up the real possibility. More accessible information for the consumer, particularly for readability. At the same time, it's a raise practical question about whether it could be accessible to all levels of the consumer. Also, it's raise a need of the standardization that we are still working through. So, recycled plastic is another area where food safety and sustainability are increasingly coming together. As recycled material become more widely used in food packaging, the question for regulator is not whether to support this shift, but how to do so responsibly. Recycled material can carry residual contaminants from previous use, and ensuring they meet food standards require clear specification and reliable traceability. So the broader goal is to build frameworks that give industry the confidence to invest in sustainable material while maintaining the safety assurance that consumers expect. So I want to thank the organizer, partner, and all participants who have contributed to the making this forum happen. Even like this require consider efforts from the many people, and we genuinely appreciate it. So the exchange that happened here between the regulator, industry, researcher, and international partner inform how we think about our own priority. That's where we direct our efforts to. So we are committing to being an engaged and constructive partner in the regional and international conversation on food safety. And we hope this forum is useful, contribute to that. So we have to full program during these 2 days. The works continue beyond this room, but it start with a conversation like the one we will have today. I hope that the discussion are productive and participants will live with useful insight and new connection. Thank you for joining the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Yanapon, for your speech. And now we would like to invite on stage, once again from Thailand, This one is the expert on sanitary and phytosanitary measures for the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards. Please give a big round of applause to Mrs. Kunwadi Wiwat Sawatdinolค่ะ
Good morning, distinguished guests, lady and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, UNIDO, and also Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry, Food Industry Asia, and Informa Market for co-organizing this valuable event. And on behalf of National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standard, or ACFS, it is my great pleasure to join you today at the opening plenary of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 here in Bangkok. Never before that has food moved across borders as quickly, as frequently, and extremely as it done before. A product may contain ingredients that sourced from several countries and processed in another, transport to many multiple markets, and ultimately consumed somewhere else entirely. And at the same time, consumers are more informed than ever before. They want to know where their food comes from. They want to know how it is produced. And they want to know whether it is safe, sustainable, or trustworthy. These changes bring many opportunities, but also they bring a new challenge to food safety around the world. As food supply chains are becoming more interconnected, consumer expectations continue to evolve. New risks are emerging from the climate change, technology innovation, changing in production system, and increasing complex trade networks. Meanwhile, digital technology are creating unprecedented opportunity to strengthen food safety system. So the question before us today is know whether digital transformation is influence food safety, because it's already done. The more important question is how we can ensure that digital transformation deliver safer food, greater transparency, and strong public trust. Across Asia, we are seeing growing adoption of the digital technology, like a digital certification, traceability system, real-time information exchange, and data-driven decision-making. All emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, predictive analytics, smart monitoring system, all of this help us to identify risks earlier so that we can respond faster and improve the effectiveness of the food safety oversight. Altogether, of this innovation are shifting food safety from a reactive model toward more predictive and preventing approach. And for Thailand, food safety remains a national priority. It is an important foundation for public health, consumer confidence, and economic competitiveness, as well as international trade. Thailand, as a major food producer and exporter, we committed to strengthening food safety through a science-based regulatory, digital innovation, and regional cooperation. We are also continue to invest in digital solutions to improve traceability. At the ACFS, we developed the QR Trace on cloud that we can trace back food from the downstream back to upstream, and also streamline certification process that Thailand may be like the other country that we implementing e-certification, also include ESPS certification as well to provide a facility to trade, and also enhancing the information exchange among the competent authority, which Thailand implementing the Thailand Rapid Alert System for food and feed, that we can use this system to identify the risk at the early stage so that we can respond faster. And besides continue investing in digital solution, we also working closely with the Asia partner and also international partner as well to support the more connected, transparent, and trusted food safety system. All of I have mentioned. However, technology alone is not the answer. The success of digital transformation, it depends on how we work together. It depends on building trust among government, business, researcher, and consumer. And also it depends on sharing information, exchanging knowledge, and ensure that new technology can be accessible and beneficial to all countries, regardless that the level of development. So, as we look to the future, I believe there are 3 priorities that deserve our collective attention. First is trust. Digital technology must strengthening confidence among consumer, regulator, and trading partner. So trust remains the foundation of every effective food safety system. Second, interoperability. Digital systems create the greater value, but when they can connect seamlessly, they can exchange information efficiently, and they can operate across borders. And the third one is collaboration. No country can address today's food safety issue alone. So the success of digital transformation will depend on how we effectively work together among government, industry, academia, and international organizations. So, ladies and gentlemen, I see that Asia has a unique opportunity to become a global leader in digital food safety by enhancing digital innovation while maintaining strong scientific principle, regulatory foundation, and international cooperation. So we are all can build food safety that are safer, more transparent, and more resilient for the future generation. So I look forward for the discussion and the insight that will be shared throughout this forum for all the schedule of the event. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kunwadi from the Bureau of Agricultural, Commodity and Food Standards from Thailand for sharing your insight and for your eagerness to try and figure out what can be shared throughout the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 today, which is day one. Now, we have heard from many countries in person. We will move on to hear a number of pre-recorded videos that they have crafted for all of us. Let's start with the country quite close to Thailand as well, from Cambodia. So kindly welcome His Excellency Mr. Prak David, the State Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join you virtually at the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 under the theme Digital Transformation in Food Safety. On behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, I am pleased to share the progress we made in harnessing digital innovation to strengthen food safety and advance regional trade. Agriculture remains the backbone of Cambodia's economy, employing 1/3 of our workforce and contributing over 16% to GDP. Recognizing this role, the ministry has prioritized digitalizations to modernize practices and reinforce our food safety framework. At the center of this reform is CameTrace, a digital traceability system developed under the EU-funded Catfish Capture project with UNIDO and the General Directorate of Fisheries. CameTrace provides end-to-end transparency from farm to table, empowering farmers, processors, and exporters with real-time data on product origin, handling, and compliance. This innovation reduces risk, builds consumer confidence, and enhances Cambodia's competitiveness in global markets. We are also advancing the Cambodian National Single Window with ongoing work to digitize sanitary and phytosanitary certifications, including the development of the Electronic Phytosanitary Certificate, or ePhyto, in partnership with the General Directorate of Agronomy and International Trade Organization. Cambodia is preparing to link its system with the ASEAN Single Window, ensuring smoother regional trade integration. COVID-19 pandemic accelerated our adoption of remote audit and inspection protocols. Using mobile applications and digital tools, inspectors maintain compliance standards while reducing operational costs by 25%. Remote audits by the General Administration of Customs of China enable continued export of Cambodian products, while our participations in the Standard and Trade Development Facilities regional project implemented by UNIDO has strengthened regulatory frameworks in line with Codex guidelines. This reform reflects Cambodia's broader vision, a modernized agriculture sector that leverages technology to ensure food safety, drive economic growth, and contribute to regional food security. Digital transformation is not only a tool for efficiency, but also a foundation for resilience and trust in our food system. In closing, I reaffirm Cambodia's commitment to working with regional partners, international organizations, and the private sector to foster innovation and harmonization in food safety standards. Together, we can achieve safer food, healthier populations, and stronger economics across Asia. Thank you for your kind attention.
Followed by His Excellency Mr. Sadvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of the ASEAN for the ASEAN Economic Community.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a privilege for me to join you all at the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. I would like to, first of all, commend the UNIDO and the partners for convening this very important platform at the time when the interaction of food safety and digital transformation is rapidly reshaping our region, and also where it's becoming more critical for us to ensure we do this right in order to ensure food safety, food security. Food safety, as you know today, is no longer confined within national borders. It lies at the heart of public health. It lies at the heart of economic resilience and the heart of international trade. In a region as dynamic and interconnected as Asia, I think in ensuring safe and trusted food systems is both a shared responsibility as well as a strategic imperative, more so even today when we are facing and confronting with potentially a food crisis in the near future. Now, digitalization, as we know, is fundamentally transforming this landscape. I'm glad this is happening. I think from traceability systems we've seen to artificial intelligence, from electronic certification that we see today to even remote compliance mechanisms. Now, all of the new technologies, they are all coming together to redefine how we safeguard food systems, how we facilitate trade in this increasing complex global environment. In ASEAN, we recognize that these developments require not only technical adoption, but more importantly also collective action. Now, regional coherence, mutual trust, and alignment with international standards, they are all becoming essential to harness the full potential of digital innovation. And in this spirit, ASEAN has been working closely with UNIDO, the Standards and the Trade Development Facility, as well as with the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries, and the Forestry of Australia on a very significant regional initiative, which is, as you know, the development of ASEAN guidelines on remote inspection and audit. Now, these guidelines, they represent more than just a technical document. They reflect a shared commitment for us to come together to modernize regulatory practices to be in line with global standards, at the same time responding to regional realities. Now, these guidelines have been developed through extensive collaboration among the ASEAN member states and partners, and they provide a common framework to support the use of remote and hybrid inspection approaches in a manner that's risk-based, in a manner that's transparent and also consistent. At the strategic level, this initiative contributes to strengthening trust across borders, providing trust at facilitating trade, and also enhancing the resilience of food control systems, particularly in times of disruption. It also underscores the importance of ensuring that digital transformation is supported by robust governance frameworks. It is supported by institutional capacities that are required, and also are supported by securement of data management that's also required. All these elements are needed. Yet, as we look ahead, we must remain mindful that digital transformation itself is not an end. It must serve a much broader goal. And that goal should be centered on, one, on protecting our consumers, second, supporting our industry and advancing inclusive and sustainable development. Now, bridging these gaps in capacity, in infrastructure, and digital readiness across and within the countries, for sure, this is going to be critical, and we have to look into this very much. Now, this is why forums like this, they do provide very invaluable opportunity for us to strengthen our dialogue, to try to deepen our partnerships, and also come together to try to shape practical collective responses to these emerging challenges. Now, the diversity of stakeholders, I'm told, that's gathered here is a true reflection of the shared responsibility that we all carry in advancing food safety systems that are going to be fit for the future. ASEAN, we all 11 countries, we remain committed to working with all partners to advance a much more integrated, a much more resilient, a much more forward-looking regional food safety ecosystem. I'm confident that your discussions today, over the coming days, will be able to contribute meaningfully to this shared vision. And we look forward to those great ideas.
And next, we will hear from Ms. Najat Mokhtar, the Deputy Director General and the Head of the Department of Nuclear Sciences and Applications, International Atomic Energy Agency.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you for the Asian Food Safety Forum 2026. I thank UNIDO and all the partners here today for inviting the International Atomic Energy Agency to contribute to this important discussion. This forum comes at a timely moment. Across Asia and the Pacific, food systems are becoming increasingly interconnected. Expanding trade, changing consumer expectation, and more complex supply chains are reshaping food systems, bringing new exciting opportunities while raising greater challenges for food safety systems. In this context, digitalization across food systems is more than a technological upgrade. It enables preventive, transparent, and efficient food safety systems that use tools such as digital traceability platforms, electronic certification, and remote auditing to strengthen surveillance, enable the early detection of food safety threats, and improve preparedness and response capabilities. Through the joint FAO-IAEA Center of Nuclear Techniques in Food and Agriculture, the IAEA strengthens science-based food safety systems by applying nuclear and related analytical techniques that support reliable laboratory results, harmonized methodologies, and strong institutional capacity. Here, the IAEA has supported the testing capabilities of laboratories in 14 countries and trained more than 200 experts. In Myanmar, laboratory capacity has been strengthened to screen food and animal feed for veterinary drug residues and mycotoxins, reducing reliance on overseas testings. In Papua New Guinea, a national scientist can now screen veterinary drug residues in animal products domestically. Across the region, several laboratories have also achieved or renewed international accreditation, reinforcing confidence in regulatory decision and international trade. So to scale our impact, we connect these laboratories through the Asian Food Safety Network by harmonizing laboratory methodologies, strengthening regional collaboration, and facilitating the exchange of scientific data and expertise. The network supports the development of integrated food safety systems across borders. However, technology alone cannot transform food safety systems. Investments in digital infrastructure must be matched with investment in human capacity. The IAEA supports human capacity building to ensure that laboratory professionals and regulators can use new technologies effectively and responsibly. This integrated approach is further advanced through initiatives such as Atoms for Food, where the IAEA, jointly with FAO, supports member states in strengthening food safety while applying nuclear science and related technologies to build more productive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Looking ahead, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning offer new possibilities. When combined with robust scientific data, they can strengthen food fraud detection, improve predictive risk models, identify emerging threats earlier, and support more informed regulatory decision. Realizing this potential will require high-quality data, strong international cooperation, and governance framework. No single actor can achieve this transformation alone. Government, industry, academia, technology providers, and international organizations must work together. And in this spirit, I would like to warmly commend the strong collaboration between IAEA and UNIDO, two sister organizations within the UN family, working jointly to advance food security through partnership, innovation, and practical solutions. The IAEA stands ready to continue working with all of you to strengthen capacities, promote innovation, and support science-based approaches that help build safer, more resilient, and more trusted food system for the future. I wish you a successful forum and productive discussion, and I thank you.
And that was from Ms. Najat Moha. Now we will watch a message from Ms. Huang Tran, the Director of Health Promotion, Disease Prevention and Control at the WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to join this opening plenary of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. I would like to extend my appreciation to UNIDO for convening this important and timely event, which brings together leaders across Asia to shape a collective path forward to strengthen food safety across the region. Just a few days ago, on the occasion of World Food Safety Day, WHO released new global estimates on the burden of foodborne diseases. In the Western Pacific region, home to 2.2 billion people, where WHO works with 38 countries and areas across Asia and the Pacific to strengthen food safety system, the burden remains substantial. Unsafe food causes 49.5 million illnesses and 367,000 deaths in 2021 alone in the Western Pacific region. At the heart of these numbers is the simple truth. Behind every statistic is a person, a family, and a community. And no one should get sick or die, as foodborne diseases are preventable. These findings underscore both the scale of the challenge and the urgent need for actions. For the first time, WHO has also provided national level estimates to help countries identify gaps, set priorities, and target action where it's most needed. This forum is an opportunity to look ahead. The theme of this opening plenary, the digital future of food safety in Asia, reminds us that innovation can help transform knowledge into action. Digitalization offers new ways to strengthen systems, improve information sharing, and build trust across borders. This is especially important in the Asia-Pacific region, where food systems are increasingly interconnected and the effect of unsafe food can extend far beyond one country. That is why collaboration matters. Governments, scientists, food business operators, development partners, and consumers all have a role to play. So today, let us carry forward the core of World Food Safety Day. Let us commit to turning data and innovation into progress, and collaboration into safer food for everyone, everywhere. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring discussion.
And please join in. Thank you all of our distinguished speakers of sharing their perspectives on the digital future of food safety in Asia. And you see there's one thing in common, is that it's working collaboratively collaboratively to make sure that we use digital to help foster food safety in our region and around the world as well. And I actually have a great news to tell you guys. It is time for lunch. Yes, so we are looking forward to welcoming you back for the technical sessions in the afternoon. We have a really great lineup for panel discussions, a lot of insights from various speakers from around the region. So feel free to make sure that you be here before 1:30. And now you are free to go. There are several restaurants of your choice. Across the street, there are food courts as well. You can have the experience of tasting tasty Thai food. And we will come back and see you once again right here in this room at 1:30, 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. See you later. again and welcome back to the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 in the afternoon. How was your lunch? Did you enjoy your lunch? Perfect. Where did you guys go to? Anywhere far? Across the street? Underneath the escalator? Or just some snacks outside? Coffee? Anyone only had coffee? No one. Oh, so you're all full. Well, if you're full, I hope that you're not too sleepy because we have a lot to cover today. Now, in the morning, we've learned a lot about the challenges and some of the solutions that were shared by our speakers already. But in the afternoon, we're going to start with the technical session, which is the first one is the digital solutions for food and control and trade. Emerging applications and global standards. We will be exploring how digital innovations and international standards are transforming food control systems and facilitating safe mode. And very, very prepared with us, we have here the Food Safety Officer from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, so FAO. Please give our moderator a big round of applause to Ms. Cornelia Bosch. Is that correct?
Okay, thanks a lot. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very well fed. I had, thanks to Khalid, I was given sticky rice and mango and salty coconut cream. The food is excellent here in Thailand. I really must say, you're brilliant, guys. Very impressed. So thanks a lot. So for this session in the afternoon, first of all, thanks so much to UNIDO, first of all, for having organized everything, then to the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry of the Australian Government, Food Industry Asia and Informa Markets. So thanks a lot for making this happen and for the opportunity to be here. So, as Sami introduced me, I'm from FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, another sister organization of UNIDO. And I'm going to be just making some opening remarks about before we start the technical panel discussion this afternoon. And I'm going to be talking, so let me just move on. So now you sort of know who I am. So just what FAO is for those of you who do not know. So FAO has a mandate, which is safe food, livelihoods, and trade. And the main mandate of FAO is, of course, food security. That is what we focus on. And then there are lots of departments in FAO, and I work for the one that is focused on food safety. We support countries in strengthening food control systems and also risk-based food controls. And food controls are necessary to ensure that foods placed on the market are and traded across borders are all safe. That is where our main focus is. And what we also are very, very involved in is engaging in Codex standard setting. And that is what I would like to say with the next slide. So here the image on the right side is one of the Codex meetings. And this is a message that I would like to convey to everyone. I know it sounds awfully dry, you know, all of these committees and whatever. But when countries come together with their experts and discuss things like digitalization or food controls, that is where everybody gets more intelligent and they can agree on how to do things and move ahead. So this is just this slide that we provide as FAO with real in-depth experts, scientific advice that then feeds into the Codex standard setting system. And we also, I would also like to mention, because this afternoon we're going to have somebody on stage who is affiliated with WTO, because the Codex standards are the bottom line according to which WTO will decide in cases where there is conflict in trade on food safety and food standards. So today digital solutions for food control and trade that we are going to be speaking about. We all know that the topic is important. I'm not going to dwell on that here because we're going to speak about it with experts that are going to be in the panel discussion later. And what I wanted to highlight in the end, the thing that I've just mentioned, is beyond FAO, the Codex work, and thus we had Tom Black, who spoke this morning, who is the head of the CC Fix, and that is the web page of that committee. And so all of the information that you're getting here that people are doing can be looked up online and found. So it's a really transparent process. So all the discussions that the public here that is not familiar with these mechanisms is hearing about, you can go online and you can find out what people are discussing. And our call is to all countries, and even the private sector. You could go in as observers, you can be part of it, or you can talk to your national Codex committee in your country to make sure that you are part of discussions such as the one of digitalization of food controls and trade, as that we're hearing this afternoon. So, thanks a lot. And so I'm not over time. We're going to move ahead. I want to give time to the panelists. And we're going to start with Heidi T. Rojas from the Philippines Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And she's going to start with a presentation. And Heidi heads the Fisheries Inspection Section, and she brings almost 23 years of experience in fisheries inspection, food safety, traceability, and market access. And she recently has been designated as the head of the National Codex Alimentarius Technical Subcommittee on Food Export and Import Inspection and Certification Systems. So this is somebody who brings a really practical experience from a regulatory aspect. And let's welcome Heidi, who will give a presentation. Please come up here, take my place.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates from different parts of the world. It is my pleasure to share the Philippine experience on digital transformation in food control and trade, particularly in the area of remote audit and certification systems. Today, I will share the concepts and applications of remote audits and inspections, the Philippine framework for implementing these systems, lessons learned from our experience, and opportunities for strengthening digital food control systems in alignment with international standards. So this is my outline of presentation. Just a brief background. Remote audit or inspection refers to an audit or inspection conducted when inspectors or auditors are not physically present at the site being assessed. There are two main types. The first is fully remote audit, where all inspection activities are conducted remotely. The second is a partial or hybrid audit, where certain parts of the inspections are conducted remotely, while other parts require an on-site visit for validation. Some examples include live video streaming, pre-recorded video, desktop review of documents, remote collection of measurement information, and virtual interviews. These approaches gained increased relevance during recent years as authorities sought alternative methods for maintaining regulatory oversight while minimizing disruptions. In the Philippines, Remote inspections are governed through the Manual of Operations for the conduct of virtual inspection for fishery establishments. In the manual, the remote inspection may be conducted during public health emergencies, natural disasters, force majeure events, or in geographically remote areas where travel may be difficult or associated with elevated risk. Because the Philippines is composed of 7,107 islands, so there is a geographical challenge. Virtual inspections are conducted by authorized regional and national fish inspectors in accordance with established procedures. The scope includes buying stations, pre-processing facilities, processing plants, fishing boats, and fishing vessels, including Philippine flag vessels operating outside the country, most especially in PNG. This framework enables the competent authority to continue regulatory functions while adapting to changing operational conditions. So the Philippine approach is guided by 4 key principles. First, there must be a legal framework that provides the regulatory basis for implementation, which is through this Fisheries General Memorandum. Second is the risk categorization, which determines the frequency and extent of inspection activities. Third is the stakeholder engagement that ensures active coordination and communication between regulators and establishments. So the stakeholders must be ready or prepared during the remote audit. The fourth is confidentiality of data that is maintained through compliance with relevant policy and information security requirements. To support these activities, the Philippines has begun implementing digital platforms such as the Electronic Commodity Clearance Application System, or ECAS, which facilitates online pre-shipment inspections and issuance of export certificates, although this is still on the pilot stage testing. For imports, the Philippines have Intercommerce. This is being utilized. In addition to national digital platforms, the Philippines also utilizes international systems and support food control and trade. This include Norway's Commodity Inspection Information System, or CIIS, and the European Union's Trade Control and Export System, or TRACES. These platforms facilitate information exchange, electronic certification, and regulatory compliance, thereby supporting the movement of fish and fishery products in the international markets. To better understand the operational implications of remote audits, we compared on-site and remote inspection across different types of establishments that we audit, but we will go to the medium scale. So as you can see, there is a difference. So in the actual inspection that was conducted during the pilot testing, in the large establishment, the overall pattern remained consistent from the previous medium and small establishment. Remote inspections required more preparation and post-inspection time, while the actual inspection period was generally shorter. The main factors contributing to additional time requirements included ICT setup, internet connectivity, document review, and verification of monitoring records. It is important to note that at present, remote audits in the Philippines are primarily conducted for frozen fishery products and for chilled fishery products because they are highly perishable. For more complex processing operations, such as scanning facilities, on-site inspections remain necessary to allow direct observation of production processes and verification of operational controls. Nevertheless, The experience demonstrates that remote audits can effectively complement on-site inspections, particularly for establishments and processes that are suitable for virtual assessment. Taken together, the findings from small, medium, and large establishments suggest that remote audit inspections can enhance flexibility and reduce travel costs, provided that they are supported by adequate digital infrastructure, clear procedures, and a risk-based inspection framework. While remote audits offer flexibility, there are circumstances where they may need to be terminated or converted into an on-site inspection. This may occur when inspectors are unable to access all required information, when there are concerns regarding the accuracy or reliability of information provided, or where an on-site visit is necessary to determine compliance more accurately. These safeguards help maintain the integrity, credibility, and effectiveness of the inspection process. Several advantages have been observed from the implementation of remote audits. First, they improve resource efficiency by reducing travel requirements and optimizing the use of available personnel. Second, they support digital transformation through paperless inspection and certification systems. Third, they contribute to future readiness and align with broader government initiatives such as digital trade facilitation and national single window implementation. Fourth, they streamline processes and improve service delivery. Finally, they support alignment and with international standards and best practices, including principles promoted by Codex Alimentarius. Despite these benefits, several challenges remain. First is the reliable internet connectivity, which is a significant concern, particularly in geographically isolated areas. Certain inspection activities, such as physical sampling and environmental swabbing, cannot be performed remotely and still require on-site verification. In addition, some facility conditions and operational practices may be more difficult to assess comprehensively through virtual means alone. These limitations underscore the importance of adopting a risk-based and fit-for-purpose approach when implementing remote inspections. Based on the Philippine experience, we have these following recommendations. First, institutionalize the digitalization of inspection and certification systems through appropriate policies and procedures. Second, strengthen ICT infrastructure, including storage capacity, bandwidth, and connectivity. Third, adopt hybrid inspection approaches that combine the strengths of both remote and on-site inspections. Fourth, utilize risk-based inspection system to maximize limited resources and improve efficiency. Finally, secure continued policy and management support to sustain digital transformation initiatives. In conclusion, digital technologies offer significant opportunities to strengthen food control system and facilitate trade. While challenges remain, the Philippine experience demonstrate that remote inspection and digital certification can serve as valuable tools when implemented with a sound regulatory framework, supported by appropriate infrastructure, and aligned with the international standards, the Codex standard. The lessons learned from the pilot implementation of the Philippines can help Codex refine guidance on auditors' competence, data security, transparency, and appropriate use of remote and hybrid models. These experiences can support the consistent and practical implementation facing the geographical and logistical challenges. Thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So thank you very much, Heidi. That was great, please. So So we shall ask all of the rest of the panelists to come up. So we start with Mr. Glenn Edmonds, Director of Export Standards Branch, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in Australia. Then, so I'll let everybody see you when you're coming up on stage. Come on, Marilyn, continue. And then we have Marilyn Hopper from STDF, the acting head of the Standards and Trade Development Facility at the WTO. And Mark Flanagan, CEO of Shield Safety Group and Safe to Trade. So please, warm welcome to all of the panelists. So we're going to go one by one to you. And I'm going to start with Glenn. So we have here somebody on stage. Are you okay? Is the light too strong? Okay. Okay, who manages the export science streams of residues and microbiological monitoring and strategic planning for the unit he works in. And he is also very familiar with remote audits and traceability. So, Glenn, building on what Heidi presented and the practical realities she has just shared, I wanted to touch on something that I had not heard before in relation to remote audits, but that one of the speakers this morning spoke about, and it is its use for training. Can you please speak to that?
Hello, that's better. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a good question, and I think it was alluded to this morning, and I'd be interested in Heidi's views on this as well. I think that there's a number of benefits, and I think we saw some of those in that excellent presentation from remote auditing. There's also a few things that need to be ironed out as you go along. But one of the big benefits I think we discussed in one of the workshops that we had with the ASEAN countries was that because you actually got a live camera there or a film or whatever, you can actually share that information with yet another screen, which would be a screen, could be an auditorium room with a lot of trainees, could be a number of other auditors doing some refresher training, or even just learning that there's differences in the way that you might conduct a remote audit versus a face-to-face physical audit. And so by having remote auditing, I think it's an opportunity that would be sadly lost if you didn't use that mechanism to actually have other auditors view what's going on. And maybe, whilst they're not part of the audit, they could actually have a discussion after the audit to actually discuss what they saw, what they'd missed, and that kind of questioning, so that you can actually help understand where to go. I think Heidi touched on it as well, that there is a different way to doing a remote audit to a physical audit, and that because you're actually seeing things differently, or there's things that you felt you couldn't do because you couldn't see everything. But there's other ways of doing things that you can actually do, which make the remote audit evidence-based as well. So if you're worried about something like condensation, having some absorbent paper and putting it on the area that you're worried about, and if it's coming back dry, the condensation isn't there. There's another thing that you're actually seeing. And I did a little work on ultrasound, and I can tell you in the early days of ultrasound on animals, you could actually see a lot of pathology that didn't exist. So you have to think about what you're doing and use it a number of times to be able to truly understand what you're seeing. And those sorts of lessons, I think, to people who are watching online are very valuable to helping them become very good remote auditors. Thanks.
Well, thanks a lot for that. That's really an interesting aspect that I hadn't thought about before coming here. So great, already learned something. Now, from your experience, Glenn, when we talk about paperless trade and electronic certification, what does this mean in practical terms for food control and trade in Australia?
Yeah, I think it's something that we are we feel very strongly about paperless trade and electronic certification. Australia's been doing it for nearly 30 years now. I think the first trade we did was with Japan in 1998 with meat through, I think it was called SANCERT at that time. And basically, the idea is that if you actually don't have all of the additional paperwork that you have to deal with, so you print a certificate, you transport the certificate to an establishment. Sometimes they need to be verified by other entities such as embassies or so forth. Then that comes back to to either the department or to the exporter. Then it has to be transported across or couriered across. And there's multiple places at which this can actually be lost or time can be consumed. And what we've found, and certainly we're doing some looking at this at the moment with some other areas, where it can be up to 9 days delay for a piece of paper to be produced and delivered before a product can leave the shores. And that, from a perspective of the exporter, is a costly event because they're storing the product for that period of time. When it comes to the benefits to the importer, the trade that goes through with industry, the benefits there is there's reduced paper, reduced likelihood of things getting lost, and there's a lot of, I suppose, reduced delay in actually processing things and making sure they happen. So again, there's benefits to industry. And finally, on the import side, with the regulator on the import side, you get an electronic package of information, which is that certificate. You get it beforehand so that you actually have the data there of what's coming in, and you can use that to run through your national food control system to work out, or your import system to work out risk, and then align your inspection programs and so forth because of that. So we see that it's a win-win-win situation, if you will, with electronic certification, that there's really a lot of upsides for everyone. Whether or not that works with you, and whether you've got to then have new IT systems or whatever, that may be the case. But I think over time, there's a huge number of benefits, and we certainly found that with our own experience.
Oh, thanks a lot for that. You know, when you spoke about 30 years of experience when you started with Japan, that's fascinating. Now, but I would just like to end your session asking you why it is important for all countries and governments to engage in discussions on digital solutions for food control and trade at the global level, even if they're not implementing it at the moment. What's your thoughts on that?
The word I think of immediately is one that a lot of people shy away from, which is interoperability. And I think that they various people have different definitions of what this word is about. For mine, in these cases, and I think the difficulties and things is about the data that moves itself. And I think that that's really where the interoperability needs to be. A lot of the challenge for places, I think, is that we create our system, and how does it actually talk to your system or someone else's system? If the data is fundamentally the same, then that can actually be achieved through that process, where you can actually exchange information, and the data we supply you can pull into your own system, and you can create your own things. And if you still need to have some form of paper, you can then create the paper from from the data that was actually exported to you. So you can have virtually a hybrid system. And then I suppose the other is that the main thing is, even if you've got might call it analog nowadays, analog versus digital, or a manual system with paper-based, the thing that I think is really important for anyone considering taking up either digitalization of systems, remote auditing, electronic certification, all of them, is to actually think about where you might want to go, and then plan that well out for, say, 10 years, and then work out how you would stage getting there. Because I think it's a long haul project, as you said, 30 years, and we're still developing things as we go along. Yeah. And I think that if you can learn from the lessons that we had, and we can engage with you to help you with those things, then that's ultimately the best way of moving forward, rather than trying to create something new or trying to create bits and pieces independent of others which don't talk and end up that there's no benefit from digitalization. It's actually not the right investment. But certainly there's a lot of experience, I think, around this conference, and people should have a chat afterwards.
No, and I think, you know, many can learn from the experiences from the Philippines that you were prepared to share, and Australia with all the experiences. So do engage all the countries, all the different nationalities that are here. We really do think that it's important that you engage at global level, at Codex level too. So over to Marilyn, who has worked with the STDF since 2008 and has led a wide range of initiatives supporting safe and inclusive trade across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, with a strong focus on practical solutions, partnerships, and evidence-based investments. And so, Marilyn, from an STDF perspective, how can developing countries engage with remote audit, electronic certification, and related digital approaches in a practical, inclusive way? I know you've led a lot of projects, so do use those as examples. Thanks a lot. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Cornelia. So the STDF is the Standards and Trade Development Facility, and it's a global partnership to facilitate safe trade. So really trying to get the win-wins out of ensuring health protection, but doing it in a way that cuts the costs and time of trade. And that's why a lot of developing countries are interested in these collaborative, innovative pilot projects to bring together different stakeholders to look at new ways to do things, different ways to do things to achieve better results together, working across the public sector and with the private sector for win-win outcomes. So the remote audit and inspection project that Heidi spoke about earlier is funded by the STDF in collaboration with Australia and implemented by UNIDO in ASEAN countries. And that project is working in 3 countries in detail, in depth, looking at how to do this in practice, remote audit and inspection, looking at some of the concerns, some of the questions around putting this approach into practice, because it's a new approach. And often these new approaches are being driven by changes, by crises that occur that mean that we need to find different ways to do things. With COVID-19, that was really a big catalyst for thinking about remote audit and inspection approaches. But the results then of this project with ASEAN can be scalable in other countries. So by engaging with the STDF, developing countries have a chance to put these approaches into practice, to learn from the experiences of other countries that are in a similar position to them, and then to get those good practices and to be able to roll it out. So the STDF's global partnership helps to facilitate this by implementing projects, whether it's remote audit and inspection or electronic phytosanitary certification, or using Codex guidelines on voluntary third-party assurance programs. So really enabling the developing countries that are interested to engage and implement these different approaches, innovative approaches, that may be technology, but may also be working collaboratively across different kinds of institutions or leveraging new sources of financing. So it's not only technology, but technology as a means to an end, and working collaboratively, building trust, engaging public and private sector together.
Thanks a lot, Marilyn. I would like to just highlight something that you've sort of alluded to, but not gone into in depth. You know, probably everybody is hearing that there is all this positive experience about these digital approaches, but what would you tell countries that, you know, are hoping to learn, test, and from adopt these approaches, that they don't have to feel that they need to adopt models, but that may not fit their context? Can you speak to that?
The countries that have participated in the STDF pilots, I think, have valued and benefited from the South-South cooperation and engagement. So learning from countries in their regions, across regions. There's also been North-South engagement. So really learning, adapting, putting into place something that works in your context, in your system, so that it is sustainable financially, institutionally moving forward. There can be doubts. There are resource constraints. There can be worries about job losses, but it's about looking at what can we do together differently to improve results in a way that improves food safety and cuts the costs and time of trade. And so there are a lot of opportunities for developing countries to learn from other countries, like the Philippines or other ASEAN members that have done some of these things in practice. And that's the kind of learning that the STDF tries to share on the margins of the SPS committee meetings in Geneva, at the Codex meetings with UNIDO through the Vienna Food Safety Forum, the Asia Food Safety Forum, to benefit from that learning and that exchange.
Yes, so we're all not in you have to do it. It is from learning and understanding. And as was also heard from the 2 first panelists, the devil is in the detail. So when Glenn speaks about, you know, data and how it has to prepare, there's always more to it and a lot of work that will go into it. So thank you very much, Marilyn. I would now move on over to Mark. And so Mark Flanagan is the CEO of Shield Safety Group and Safe to Trade. And he has extensive experience in food safety and regulatory compliance. And his work helps food businesses demonstrate compliance, build trust with consumers, and operate safely across borders. So, Mark, over to you. From your experience as a former regulator in the UK, and through your work now with businesses, why are regulators increasingly interested in using data to inform official controls?
Good question. Thank you, Cornelia. Yeah, so my background as a regulator, I used to work for a local authority as a food inspector. And local authorities are geographical boundaries within the UK. The UK is made up of hundreds of local authorities. Funding into local authorities, and that's to fund services that local authority discharges, like waste collection, housing, and other public health service, including food hygiene and food standards inspections. Funding for those local authorities has unfortunately gone down since 2010, and there's an estimated £4 billion funding gap within local authorities. So that puts a lot of constraint on the regulator just from a funding perspective. We also have an issue with getting people to come into the profession as regulators. There's a specific degree that you have to do. If I use Scotland as a case study, the degree course now has been disbanded in Scotland, and there's a report that shows the average age of the enforcement officers in Scotland is 50. So over the next 10 years, as people start then to retire, are we going to be in a position where there isn't any regulators in Scotland to do the actual food hygiene and health and safety inspections? So that just paints a picture really from the regulatory perspective. In addition to that, what compounds it is also the industry. Now the industry has changed a lot. People don't need bricks and mortar as much to sell food. You can sell food on Facebook Marketplace, eBay, Etsy. You can have a shared kitchen in an industrial estate or a dark kitchen and sell food through the online aggregators like Uber Eats, Just Eat. So actually, and we've seen a growth of food business operators. So the market's diversifying. That creates additional pressure on the regulator because they have to regulate slightly differently now. It's not like they can just walk down the street and identify these new food businesses. They've got to identify them in different ways. And the industry is growing. And if we have a look at what happened during the COVID period, so we already had a backlog of inspections that the officers had to do. And then during COVID, there was no inspections because of COVID, but food businesses still did trade. And then coming out of COVID, we had a huge backlog of businesses to inspect. And the recovery program in relation to that was, let's focus on the high-risk businesses and on the new businesses. And that, I suppose, gives you an overview of the constraints and the backlog and the pressures that are on the actual regulator. So what does the regulator want to do? It wants to have better informed risk over a business, which determines the frequency of their intervention, their actual inspection. So they're really geared up to start to use the data to inform that risk-based approach.
Thanks a lot for that. So could you provide an example from your work with the hospitality and catering sector and from the remote auditing project with the Food Standards Agency, including what the project aimed to test and what outcomes or lessons emerged?
Yeah, sure. So my experience is in hospitality and catering. So that's, as we are in a hospitality and catering venue, but that's hotels, restaurants. And in 2018, I went to see the Food Standards Agency because we know that they want to look at data to be able to inform official controls. And Shield Safety is a technology-led consultancy business, and it manages a lot of data for food business operators. And the concept behind that, what we do within that business is we aggregate that data up into a single indicator, and that single indicator is used by the food business operator to help them manage risk internally. And I was saying to the Food Standards Agency, would you like to use this? Because when you go out and you conduct an inspection, it's a snapshot in time. We can get more data, insights. That was back in 2018. And 2018, what they wanted to do, and the project that we did, was really based around conducting a remote audit. So that was set out. Can we use the data as part of a remote audit? We did that with 3 local authorities and 10 food business operators. And it was a really successful project, but it told us some high-level things. Firstly, food business operators consume data completely differently than regulators. Food business operators are motivated to keep lots of data. What the regulator wanted was just the data that told them how the food business was performing against the legislation. So that was a key thing. They were overwhelmed by the amount of data that they had access to. That also, there was an issue with trust in the data as well, and they weren't sure, and they didn't really want to trust the data. There was still a huge issue. So that led on to a second project we did with Food Standards Scotland, and that was also based around, can a local authority conduct a remote inspection using the data? But we built in the parameters of how do you build trust with the regulator in the data. And from a high-level perspective, just to give you an indication of the success of that project, the trust was focused on 2 key areas. What's the standard that we're inspecting against? And who's the person that enters the data? Because data in, data out, it's not good going in, it's not going to be good coming out. And then how do you build trust around that? That was relatively easy for us to be able to demonstrate from the person inputting the data or conducting the audit, because they had the same qualifications, the same background as the regulatory inspector. The issue based around the standard and the way that the legislation works, the officers operate in the UK, is they are extremely competent in interpreting the legislation. The legislation is risk-based legislation, and when an officer interprets risk-based legislation, unfortunately, you get inconsistencies in enforcement. So what we wanted to have was a standard, and we created a standard with Food Standards Scotland of how you should conduct an inspection again in a hospitality catering venue. And that, because standards are not open to interpretation. Standards by the default are black and white, and it was being able to develop a standard based around what the regulator would want out of the data. So what we created within that project.
That's really interesting. So it's not about, losing jobs. It's about regulators adapting to a new way of conducting inspections. That's what we're actually aiming for. And I'm also hearing, listening to the first 3 speakers, panelists, there is a big difference between regulators engaging in products that are exported versus hospitality sector, which is, of course, just the public health and not export. And so there is a big difference there. Mark, just what would you just think would need to be in place for regulators to trust and use data generated by businesses or certification programs?
Yeah, trust is obviously critical. Governance based around the standard. I think the standard's so important, and I think to stress the point, the regulator, our experience as the regulator didn't want all of the data. Food business operators have millions and millions of data records. They don't want them all. And in the UK, we also have a thing, which is the Freedom of Information Act as well, which if a public body owns the data, it could be subject to a request for access to that data. And again, they don't want that either, because they don't, so what the regulator was really interested in was data insights to inform their risk-based process. Being able to trust the standard and the governance based around the maintenance of the standard is really important. Being able to trust the program and the competency of the individuals conducting or collecting the data, conducting the audits is really fundamental. And there are standards out there. You need of a benchmarking standard for voluntary third-party assurance. Codex have their voluntary third-party assurance guidance. There are standards like 17065, and there are institutions like in the UK, we have UCAS, which is an accreditation service, which will independently assess the certification, the programs against those. So that helps build credibility. But I think what's really important to mention in all of this is what's the value for the food business operator in this? Because there has to be something in there, because fundamentally it's a voluntary program. They're paying the organisation to come in and inspect them. And a key element from that perspective is the consumer. And the consumer having trust. So you have to build trust along the 3 different stakeholder groups as well. And if we look at the UK, 1 in 7 guests now have an adverse reaction to eating food. There are some consumers that are particularly bothered about where they ate. When you go into a food business, you expect the food that you're consuming to be safe. You don't. Consumers generally don't think it's their responsibility. They think it's the responsibility of the state, and they think it's the responsibility of the food business operator. And their interpretation of what the state is doing is a regular inspection. And the academic research shows that consumers think inspections happen between once a month and once a year. And the gap between the number of regulatory inspections is widening for the consumer. So building trust in that food system for the consumer is really important. And we do, and I think it's allowing the food business operator to communicate to the consumer that they've met their regulatory standards is really important for the ongoing maintenance and growth of the programme.
Okay, well, still a lot of work to be done there, and communication between the regulatory side and the private sector.
Yeah, there's still, yes, there is. But consumers, when they go into a food business, are actively looking for visual cues of whether this is safe to eat or not. And, you know, if you're an expectant mother, you're very bothered about where you eat. As we've got an older population, you're more bothered about where you eat. The academic research shows women are more bothered than men. And so consumers and food information programs are on that list of things that consumers look for. So the facility for the food business operator to use that to communicate to the consumer is a really important thing. The regulator gets the benefit then. They can use that program as to feed into their risk matrix on the business, so then they can allocate their scarce regulatory resources appropriately. That's fundamentally how, you know, we see that working.
Thanks a lot for that. So to close, I wanted to ask, give all of the panelists the opportunity to answer final question. So I will start with you, Heidi, if that's okay with you. So looking ahead, what would your main message to countries or competent authorities that are interested in digital solutions for food control and trade, but are still considering where to start be? If you know some other country came to you, what would you tell them?
Okay. Whatever challenges they are facing right now, just in the implementation of remote audit or in digitalization, they have to consider it as opportunities to for market access and for an efficient trade system, because we are in a borderless transaction in international trade. So you can surpass all the challenges just like us. We have to coordinate or to empower the stakeholders also, so that they can engage in the full implementation of this project. And we have a bilateral agreements also with other countries, so we can proceed with the digitalization of the certification and inspection system. Like with Norway, we have these CIIS. So we have engaged in several meetings. And finally, this is about to, or it just started, the CIIS. So I'm encouraging everyone, I mean the developing countries and members of the Codex, that they have to adapt with the system because of this opportunity that we can strengthen our market access, and at the same time, remote audit can be complemented with a risk-based inspection system so that food safety cannot be compromised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glenn, over to you. What would your suggestion be?
I think the main one is that just because someone has a digitalized system doesn't make it better than your system necessarily. What you're after is continuous improvement, I think, in food safety outcomes and I suppose the ability to trade. And I think that you should aim for that. I think personally that digitalization is going to take you much further than not having it, but it doesn't mean that you have to have it right now. And I think that when you do want it, plan for it, because I think that you really need to make sure that you're actually thinking about what's coming and how you can actually use that and have a sensible or strategic approach to it so that it's delivering those outcomes, the benefits are seen, which means that you get more funding or more guidance to actually do it. And yeah, I'm export, so it's sort of, we're very much focused on, I suppose, that kind of thing. But I think the confidence that you raise as well, whether it's in that domestic context or whether it's export context, I think it's really important to develop that confidence or trust and the ability to actually take things forward. And I think that you can't necessarily put everything in place at once. As I said, we're developing our electronic certification over 30 years. We're looking at other things. We're working on, through CC Fix, things like the traceability and trying to introduce digitalization there, and also into the remote audit and the work that was seen there as well. And I know you mentioned IT problems. I think they're going to happen. Australia is a big country, I can tell you, and we actually have to focus on special IT for each one that we actually go into. So there will be problems and there will be issues with digitalization, but the goal is to have better food safety outcomes, align it with your national food control system and the objectives that you have there, and try and deliver those outcomes for food safety and also tradability of the product.
Thanks a lot. It's continuous improvement. It will take you further, and you don't have to do everything at once. Picking up from there, Marilyn, what in your job of actually, supporting countries through the STDF, what would you say?
I think the international standards are the starting point. So the Codex Food Safety standards, working in partnership. That means at the country level, government working across government, ministries of health, consulting and getting to know colleagues in agriculture, in trade, customs, having a whole of government approach, and also working with the industry, the apex bodies, the small business associations, getting to know and trust each other, and then working across countries, especially at the regional level, like is happening now in ASEAN with the remote audit and inspection, because harmonizing practices across countries within a region also leads to savings, it leads to a shared language in the region, and it leads to safe trade being facilitated. So really the partnerships within the country, across the region, and globally. Public and private sector, and then with academia, consumers, and the other groups, and talking, building trust.
Thanks so much, Marilyn. That really is, sometimes everybody thinks they just sit there and talk and produce paper, but actually that talking, because it's all with human beings, everybody is learning the whole time. And producing the paper is also learning. So Mark, all of these export-oriented thinking. So now to you, the same question. What would you tell a country that is looking at their hospitality sector and would like to know what they should do going forward?
Yeah, well, so our experience in relation to digitization and remote audits, with the hospitality sector, you've got a local regulator, and as with the earlier presentation, the remote audit was actually taking more time or the same amount of time as an actual on-site audit. So the time was saved with the travel distance. When you've got a local regulator, the travel distance isn't as impactful, from a saving perspective. There was, if you look at the whole of the supply chain, certification sits all the way along, except for hospitality and catering. And that's why we've gone down the route of creating a certification program for hospitality and catering. And it's about using the data from that. So I just encourage that really to focus on that. And I think when you think about that, think about it also from the consumer perspective as well, because with any of these programs, you know, the food business operator is got to pay for that program, which is a big reason why lots of regulators want to use it, because they don't want to pay for the regulation. They want the industry to pay for the regulation. And I think that's a good solution from that perspective. But the value there, and it's supporting those kind of certification programs that communicate with consumers. Anything that you can do in relation to that, I think will really, really help. So it's looking at that full ecosystem of the three different stakeholders, the consumer, the food business operator, and the regulator, when we're talking about hospitality and catering, that is.
Thank you so much to all of you. This was absolutely great. Please, a warm applause to the panelists and for having shared all of their insights. And thanks to the audience. And I would like to hand back to our wonderful MC so she can manage the rest of the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again, all the panelists and our moderator. A big round of applause to all of them again, please. To Ms. Rojas from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources from the Philippines, to Ms. Hopper from STDF, along with Mr. Edmonds from DAFF from Australia, as well as Mr. Mark Felligan from Safe to Trade, and most importantly, our moderator, Ms. Bosch from Food Safety, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, or the FAO. Now, I mean, you guys have probably learned quite a lot, including myself as well, about the insight and the experiences on digital solutions for food and control, as well as trade. Now, as we all know, that the global food security situation is again worsening as a result of the ongoing conflicts, unfortunately, and the economic downturns and the climate change that we're certainly experiencing all over the globe now. And predominantly just recently in the Philippines, and last year very severely in Thailand, both in the south and in the north. Actually 2 years ago in the north, where that never really happened, alongside with other natural disaster like the earthquake in Thailand in March last year. So a lot of challenges that we're having to go through and encounter and actually tackle. But our next session will focus on the standards and accountability of the Effective Relief, or the SAFER initiative, and we will be exploring how food safety can actually support humanitarian assistance efforts using emergencies and crisis. And to set the scene for this discussion, we will first hear a bit of a background of a presentation from the Regional Food Safety and Quality Officer from the World Food Program from the Bangkok office. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Fernando Ubarana.
Thank you. Sawadee krap, good afternoon, distinguished participants and also organizers. For me, it's an honor to be here in behalf of Food Safety and Quality Team and WFP, and also the regional office in Bangkok. Here I don't see the presentation. Is on track. This video gives a glimpse of our mission and also on the complexity of our operations. And this has a direct impact on the food safety and quality management systems that we work with. Here we have an idea of some figures that we deal with our food operations. In 2025, we deal more or less with 125 million people, reaching these people, and also delivering nearly 1.5 million metric tons of food, and also delivering and making available cash, like 2.2 billion USD, to deliver also local markets. So this is a lot of activities and processes and informations to manage, and this bring a lot of hurdle for food safety and quality, considering the complex environment that we work in. We have in our food safety and quality systems, especially in our humanitarian context, as we operate in different contexts, different regulatory contexts, we rely a lot on international standards to help to set up our food safety and management processes, including activities like supplier management, the definition of specifications, definition of product inspections based on internationally recognized product specifications, and also specifications that can be accepted locally, and also compliance testing of products. We have to deal in this context with risk-based food safety and quality management system that is based on a risk-based approach. So considering all the complexity of situation that we have from suppliers to delivery, from upstream to downstream, and also considering all the specific scenarios that we face, like fragile and disruptive environments, also regulatory specific environments, and also disruption of markets, and etc. We have to consider all these, we have to take in consideration all these aspects to move from a high risk initial situation to a risk that can be managed and also can be monitored somehow. So considering all these aspects, we use this risk-based approach to try to direct efforts and also investments where we can collect more benefit from the food safety and quality procedures and controls implemented. So when we deal specifically with the humanitarian context, we operate quite differently from traditional food safety systems because of the context that we already mentioned, and also considering a specific regulatory environment. And in this case, the international standards play a very important role in influence our key performance indicators. When we think about delivery disruptions, when you think about product freshness, safety, and quality, and even incidents that we may have and we constantly measure, we have to take in consideration the regulatory environment. And just to have an idea of the complexities that we deal, we have, in the case of the international commerce or international and the export-import processes of food, we know that importing foods often comes with significant regulatory issues and challenges. Here we have just some examples, like delays of delivery of rice consignments, for instance, due to different regulatory requirements of best before date between different countries. So this is one of the challenges that we have, causing delays of operations. In some cases, we have cases like product incidents that are related to very strict local regulatory applications of the regulations, like in case of infestations. In some cases, we don't have an incident itself, but maybe the presence of some insects, dead insects inside a container, this can lead to rejection of cargo. And in the third case, also we have sometimes very specific requirements for product itself, especially in fortified products. So in this specific case, we have a case of a delay of a cargo due to different fortification requirements between the production country and the receiving country. So these are just some examples of the regulatory challenges that we face, and these require special attention, especially when we lead with these different contexts related to regulations and also to the control measures in place. So we apply in WFP using all this specific scenario that we face, and specific identification of these challenges based on these emergency situations and also the regulatory environment. And based on these challenges, we apply our strategies. And these strategies are considering all these contexts that we mentioned about emergency, fragile supply chain, and also the different regulatory environments. We apply our strategies based on stakeholder coordination, working closely with governments and also cooperating partners, and also with private sector in order to find the harmonization between standards and also best practices in operations, and also capacity strengthening, increasing the analytical capacity local in different country offices where we operate, and also the local inspection and quality infrastructure for food control systems. And finally, also we work with standards harmonization. So in the next section, we will talk about this SAFER initiative that is exactly related to an efficient application of standard harmonization between different countries. And thinking about opportunities, also we see that digital solutions, innovations, and circularity, this is not, let's say, an option anymore. This is something that we are constantly incorporating in our activities, and we can talk more about this in the panel that we have about digital solutions and also innovation, including the application of a specific tools to try to plan the humanitarian assistance. So we have very specific tools for this based on use of data and translating this data for the planning of food baskets and etc. And also operational tools to help to manage all the food safety and quality process itself. From the strategies perspective, I will leave you now with the next section on the SAFER approach. And to introduce SAFER, I will call our colleague from WFP, Paige Young, that will provide an introduction on the tool and also an introduction on the next panel. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention, and willing to have fruitful discussions in the next panels.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Fernando, for your insightful presentation. And just to accompany Mr. Fernando afterwards, we have also his colleague from World Food Program as well. She will be discussing the first part of the session, which will focus on the standards and accountability of effective relief and to deliver the presentation. Please give a big round of applause. Actually, she'll be doing the keynote presentation and moderate as well. So to the Specification and Regulatory Affairs Officer from World Food Program, which I had the pleasure of having her audience as part of my lunchtime. Please give a big round of applause to Ms. Pei Jie Yang. Big round of applause, please.
The Scientific and Regulatory Affairs Specialist at the World Food Program, serving the organization since about 10 years, supporting the fight against hunger. Today, it's an honor to talk to you about our work. Now, what you saw in the previous video is the reality of humanitarian food assistance. And humanitarian food assistance is more than ever relevant because the food insecurity is at an alarming state as we speak now. Now, every day, WFP works really hard to deliver life-saving food to millions of people in some of the world's most challenging environments. We're talking about places impacted by natural disasters, conflicts, and instability. And in these contexts, time really matters because the longer it takes to move food, the longer people have to wait to eat. Therefore, at WFP, our job is not only to deliver food timely, but also to make sure the food is safe, nutritious, and of high quality. Then our mission sounds complicated, right? And it's not always easy. As Fernando highlighted, we have so many constraints in implementing food safety and quality in the humanitarian setting, starting from diverging national regulations that deviate from Codex Alimentarius, access to credible laboratories, hygiene challenges in local fresh food markets, and also a supply chain that is often very much under pressure. So the question really boils down to, how do we uphold food safety and quality standards in an approach that is calibrated to our context, risk, and time, so that the protection of consumer, or as we call them, WFP beneficiaries, is done in a way that is credible to the affected community, but also is feasible for a supply chain that is under crisis situation. That's why FAO and WFP came together to create SAFER. SAFER stands for Standards and Accountability for Effectively Relief. It is more than just a project. SAFER is a safe space that brings partners together to pave the food safety and quality pathway for more efficient humanitarian food assistance. It is to openly share our challenges, experience, and also practical solutions. SAFER is also a voice to advocate for food safety and quality standards and their implementation in a way that is responsive to humanitarian needs. Last year, SAFER was presented at some of the major food security and food safety events, including the Committee on World Food Security. Lastly, but most importantly, SAFER is an invitation to experts from diverse fields to look at our real-world challenges, challenges that may not have ready answers and solutions, reflecting on them, engaging with them, and also help to bring solutions forward. And this is what we are aiming at today as well, to engage with you, hear what your thoughts on this matter. Now, today we have a growing community of practice that includes professionals from the UN organization, including UNIDO, UNICEF, from NGO, including Doctors Without Borders, from academia, including the Queen's University Belfast, from food regulators across the board, communication experts, and even ethicists. Today we have the honor to have 3 of our distinguished members of our SAFER community to share their perspectives based on their unique experience and expertise. We really would hope today's conversation to be an interaction I would encourage you to note down any questions or reflections you may have on the World Food Program and on SAFER while you listen to these discussions, and join us in the Q&A session of this session. We will take as many questions as the time permits today, and would really love to hear from you. Now, without further ado, let me introduce you our panelists. First, we have Bob Baker, who is the Senior Food Safety Advisor from the World Food Program, bringing with him more than 35 years of extensive experience on research and development, food safety, food quality, and also food system development. Secondly, we have Gabor Manor, pardon my pronunciation, from the UNIDO. He is the Industrial Development Officer in the Food Security and Food System Unit, supporting international initiatives on food safety, quality infrastructure, and food system development. Lastly, but not the least, joining us virtually, we have Professor Chris Elliott, who is the founder of Global Center of Food Security at the Queen's University Belfast. He has led the UK government's post-Hogsmeade review and also now advises to governments and institutes on global food security matters. Let me first give the floor to Bob. Bob, Fernando has presented some. Let me actually go down and sit down and have a cozy conversation. Thank you. Bob, Fernando. Hello. Okay. Fernando had mentioned that we have some regulatory challenges where shipments are delayed and detained. Can you tell us a bit more about the underlying reasons and how does that impact the recipients?
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, and I'll start out with the second part of the question first. And if you've seen some of the pictures and you've seen really those in need, okay, and you know, we're dealing with the world's most vulnerable. You know, people who are hungry, they go to bed hungry at night, or those that are malnourished. And part of World Food's edict is really making sure that food's getting to those in need in a timely fashion, safe, nutritious food, mainly to sustain life, but also to combat malnutrition. So every shipment that doesn't make it, it's not there on time, is it detained, is it delayed, is it diverted, or is it even in some cases destroyed? We call them the 4 Ds, and they're not good Ds, let's put it that way. And when that food doesn't get there, for someone who's malnourished, every day that food doesn't get there, it's a matter of life and death. And I'm not trying to be melodramatic, it's the reality of it. So really, anything that we can do, and really that's what initiated the whole SAFER project, is how do we get food to where it needs to be timely, efficiently, effectively. Ironically, I spent a lot of my career prior to working with the WFP, you know, really making sure store shelves were filled. And it's a different urgency. It's an urgency on a P&L. It's an urgency on terms of profit, loss, whatever. The urgency for WFP is really, it's a life decision. So some of the things we've been seeing, and I have to say, and you know, this whole project started with discussions with Paige and myself and a couple of others, is, you know, we were seeing products that were being held up, and sometimes it was for reasons in terms of ambiguity and of the standards. And if you think about the standards that are actually put in place, they're based on, you know, a lot of the themes we've been hearing today around having science-based standards, having international standards, and then, you know, having sort of risk-based solutions. And really, that's what the standards are based on, and of which WFP either procures those foods or we get in-kind donations that actually meet those standards. And you would think that by meeting all these, that the foods would get into different countries pretty much, you know, pretty much just get in, you know. And what we're finding is the level of scrutiny that these shipments are going through is quite quite more than to be expected, at least from my experience in history. So, some of the things that we're seeing, products that are being held and detained for, they're not even related to food safety. We've had shipments go in where the inspector has pulled products, didn't like the color, didn't like the taste, didn't like the texture of a material. And these are quality attributes, not food safety attributes. And there's decisions being made on these foods making recipients who are either hungry or malnourished. And, how do we get past that? And not that I'm trying to question, the sovereignty of a country, but what can we do together to kind of see through some of these things that are probably irrelevant to the safety of the product, to make sure that those in need get it and get it timely and things like that. So, that's really, I think, hopefully that helps.
Thank you so much, Bob. You mentioned about quality attributes, the inspection criteria being a challenge for these shipment delay. Is there also a laboratory aspect of that?
Yeah, so and I'm not going to steal your thunder, my friend, but one of the things we've been seeing, and the more I'm digging into it, the more I'm seeing that there needs to be a focus on labs. Basically, we've been going into ISO certified labs, 17025 labs, and there's set criteria, set standards, set performance standards that need to be met. And I've gone into labs that I scratch my head and wonder how they got certified. They shouldn't have been certified. And what's happening is there's data being produced from these laboratories, and there's data being produced by other laboratories, and part of the issue we're seeing is discrepancy in data. And I can say it's, with hand on heart that some of it's related to methodology, some of it's related to the approaches in actually executing those methods. And there's kind of I call it an antagonism between what is validation versus verification, where labs are actually verifying without validating. And, the methods that are being used are probably not fit for purpose. But anyway, hopefully that helps.
Thank you so much. And I want to take the opportunity to give the floor to Gabor. Do you echo what Bob has mentioned about laboratories? UNIDO has played such an important role in capacity strengthening in laboratory. Do you see the same challenges? And what do you think it would take to address the challenges, build trust, and improve credibility of data?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy also to have all of these people with us during the Asia Food Safety Forum. Perhaps I would start and build on what Bob said, not getting into what has been mentioned, but rather explain that there's a concept of tested one accepted everywhere. And the issue is that when the governance structure is not functioning properly, then all the challenges which have been mentioned by Bob start to come up. Now, a laboratory can be public and private in nature, right? And typically, when it comes to these permits, these are public laboratories. In order to actually ensure that the product is complying with the standards related to basically products which are going to the most vulnerable groups, right? Because in food safety, we would categorize them most vulnerable groups. So it's crucial to comply with the highest international standards, not just national ones. And here comes the issue as well, that development levels of these laboratories are different. They are also facing different type of challenges. Sometimes private sector laboratories are actually more reliable because they can pay better. On the other hand, basically you see that people who are working for the public sector moving to the private sector, a lot of investments goes into public sector. also, if you have a crisis, of course, laboratories are being impacted. This is part of the public infrastructure which is not functioning, and then we have to find other ways to test products. So this is also where the work of WFP is admirable, and we are also very happy to collaborate in this regard. And of course, the whole point of accreditation and accreditation of laboratories and who is conducting all these assessments and what is the background of these people? Do they have also understanding when it comes to validation of different methodologies without not getting into the complexity of laboratory testing? This is a crucial matter. At the same time, we see that there is clear knowledge gap. When it comes to public laboratories, also what we like to call the business case, how can you actually ensure that the laboratory could function sustainably, could purchase all the consumables, they can actually procure what they require in order to conduct the required tests based on the different methodologies. And just perhaps one sentence why I am speaking about this, because as part of the UN framework, UNIDO is the specialized agency which is actually working on the development of quality infrastructure systems. And as part of the different bodies which we are helping to establish, these are accreditation and metrology institutions, standardization institutions. All of them are required for laboratories. And at the same time, we are also helping to upgrade laboratories. But of course, at the end of the day, those challenges we all see, and it requires a comprehensive and holistic approach to actually address all the pain points in order to achieve our objective, which is that the food what actually goes for humanitarian aid is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor, for that rich sharing. Bob, do you want to react to Bob's comment?
No, I agree with everything. I think there's definitely some opportunities to how do we shore it up? How do we work on it together? I think yet again another opportunity for collaboration, and and I think through the work UNIDO's doing, it helps us, because it helps actually set the North Star that we all shoot for. Helps to build the right, I guess, infrastructure for what are the standards, how those standards are then audited through the audit network, and then at the end of the day having some form of governance as these certificates are being provided to a lab. How is the governance structure making sure that every certificate that's given it has the same level of scrutiny and everything else? So totally agree.
And perhaps I would just add one point, because working, and a lot of colleagues working actually in quality infrastructure, when it comes to what we call scopes in terms of accreditation, we see in developing countries that it always starts with ISO 17025, ISO 22000, which is food safety management systems, and ISO 17065, which is also very important when it comes to actually accrediting certification bodies. But at the same time, when it comes to low middle-income countries and least developed countries, there is no actual business case to have immediately a national accreditation body. And we very often have to develop regional accreditation bodies. For instance, in West Africa, SWAC, this is through a UNIDO project. At the same time, this is part of the industrialization roadmap of a country, which takes time, unfortunately, and there are no shortcuts.
Yeah, that really speaks to our context as well, because we operate in humanitarian assistance. The areas we operate in really are impacted by crisis. Therefore, the quality infrastructure, including laboratories, can be heavily impacted. Where's the business case? Where's sustainability? That's a big question that the infrastructure locally needs to answer as well. Now, we have a third panelist there, Professor Chris Elliott. I have a bad news and also a good one. The bad news is he could not join us virtually live, But the good news is Bob was able to talk to Professor Elliott and captured his ideas around the increasingly stringent food safety standards, the growing sensitivity of testing technologies, and how that impact food safety and food security. I'd like to ask our IT team's help to bring Professor Elliott's video to the screen, please. Thank you.
First of all, I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you for this really important conference this week, but it's nice to be able to contribute, even if it's just by a video. So in terms of the question, Bob, that you're posing around global food safety standards, are they becoming stricter? Is it being driven by technology, the ability to measure molecules more than anything else? So let's start at the beginning. Of course, standards are really, really important. They are for sure. They protect so many people's health around the world and can, when used properly, help drive international trade, which is all fantastic. But I think we have, in some cases, moved away from really thinking about what is the risk associated with what is the food safety risk. I think we all know there is no such thing as zero risk in life. And driving standards based on the ability of technology to measure them, certainly, in my opinion, as a professor of food safety, isn't the most appropriate and best way to move things forward. It should really be about risk assessments and finding what levels of legislation, of regulations are appropriate to deal with that particular hazard that has been identified. Just because you find something in a sample doesn't particularly mean that it poses a real risk. And then we have to look at the downsides to this driving towards zero in terms of risk. And certainly it's bringing issues around food security and food insecurity. We're trying to reduce waste. This isn't a very good way to do it. Trying to reduce the number of food recalls that are unnecessary. This isn't the way to do it. We're trying to reduce the number of border rejections, which is really important as well. And we're trying to remove barriers for developing countries to export food rather than make more difficulties in terms of them achieving that. So I really think, I mentioned risk assessments are important, and they're hugely important. And I have this sort of thought that actually we should even move beyond conventional risk assessments now. We should think about what I call total food systems risk assessment. Let's look at the hazard, let's look at the exposure, the toxicity of the particular compounds, the molecules itself. But let's look at the impact of the resilience to supply chains to actually be able to feed people. Let's look at the environmental and economic sustainability of food systems as well. And I think we are in a place now where we can start to collect all of this information together and make really important and meaningful contributions to ensure that the food that is traded around the world is safe. But we're not putting barriers in place that actually make people go to bed hungry, that make it that they can't afford the food that is even available. So that's my kind of thought on that particular question.
That's Professor Elliott's thinking on this matter. It's really thought-provoking, this notion of shift from traditional toxicological risk assessment to a total food system assessment. And I guess the question remains there is, how do we translate this total food system assessment into regulatory threshold and standards in a systematic manner, accounting for the science, the impact on supply chain, food security, and sustainability? That would be a conversation for another round, I guess. Before we move forward, if there's nothing to add here for the moment, maybe we can open the floor for a quick Q&A session. We would really love to hear from you, any questions you may have or any reflection you may have on this topic. If you have, please raise your hand and we will have our IT team to pass on the mic.
Yes, IT team, if could get ready with the microphone.
Anyone would like to ask any questions at all? Please raise your hand. No? Yeah.
There are a lot of lights up here, so we cannot see everything.
I think anyone at all? Any specific comments anyone would like to give to the panelists? Must be very crystal clear what you've just discussed.
I agree with you. I think either we are very clear or it's so thought-provoking that everyone would like to take some time to digest on this topic and come up with thoughts. We are around for the whole event. Please feel free to reach out, share more of your thoughts later on, or check out our project information through scanning the code on the screen. Now, since we have a bit of time, and this meeting is very focused on innovation, digitalization, I'd like to then add one more question to our panelists. What do you think about the role of innovation? How can innovation be applied to food assistance, food safety and quality operations? The second part of our panel will be talking about digitalization, so I suggest we leave that conversation there. Meanwhile, any other thoughts around innovation and their application that may help us to overcome our challenges would be very welcome. What do you think?
First of all, I would start, and you can see perhaps behind us our motto, progress by innovation. The whole point, I think, which is always forgotten when we are talking about this topic, that in order to address something in a sustainable manner, you have to integrate innovation into your thinking, because there are certain situations where you have to come up with a new solution or adopt a new solution. And when we were discussing prior to this session, and I was talking a lot about laboratories, of course, laboratory information management systems. How can we actually make sure that certain practices within laboratories, for instance, being automatized, those data being actually collected. At the same time, this data is being shared from a laboratory to the relevant competent authority. So all of a sudden, we can accelerate decisions. We can make sure that regulators have also more trusted outcomes. So this is one part. On the other hand, of course, if I would stick to laboratories, I will talk more about particular challenges when it comes to adoption of digital solutions in the morning. But very often what I see in case of laboratories, and I don't want to go into details, is the issue of vendor lock-in and basically how different technologies actually link to manufacture specific digital products. And these are also topics which we have to see how we can overcome, how we can actually create solutions which have, for instance, APIs, so the data can be retrieved and uploaded in a database. So this communication and data sharing within the different parts of a ministry or competent authorities can be ensured.
Yeah, and another area we've been looking at, and it's the old adage, you know, if you give a person a fish to eat for a day, if you teach them the fish to eat for a lifetime. And one of the things we've been looking at, and you know, what we do in WFP is, you know, our mission's around saving lives and changing lives. Saving lives is providing the food, the nutrition. Changing lives is how do we build competency, capability, and infrastructure to become self-sustaining. And one of the areas we've been looking at, and if you look at some of the food products that we're distributing, they're made in factories that produce a single item, for instance. And how do we actually develop a more modular approach where it could be a small-scale pilot factory that basically builds off of a specific technology that could make not just one product, but a whole range of products that could support the humanitarian aid area. but then also utilizing local resources, local materials, and local talent. And it's an area we've been exploring, and I have to say it's starting to move forward. So it's, you know, how can you take this MiniWorks facility, put it where it's needed? When it's not needed, you disassemble it and you move it to somewhere else where it's needed. So it's something that's kind of a work in progress, but it's a different approach to kind of thinking through how do we get that nutrition there? How do we maybe even minimize some of the challenges we've had getting food into different areas of the world, and be, you know, have it where it's needed and actually produce there, and helping to build those capabilities. But that's an area we've been looking at as well.
Gabo, please go ahead.
And when we are discussing, or the previous session discussed very specific topics, but if you would go back to the slide of Fernando, which was talking about the food safety and quality landscape and system behind, I think we can see that each of the topics which have been discussed in the previous section, so when it comes to remote audit or data sharing between scheme owners, certification scheme owners like GFSI recognized schemes, which is happening actually between scheme owners as well as competent authorities. The same way they could share information with WFP and also with all the partners. So there are potentials in order to also innovate, to look at things in a bit different and start to understand the power of data in a better manner, whether it's electronic certification or remote audit or data sharing between parties who are actually very willing to do that.
Thank you so much, Gabriel and Bob, for sharing that. As you can see, each time we touch base on this topic, there's always a new perspective, new innovation ideas, new possibilities. That's what we really love about SAFER, is to create that space for a dialogue and for solutioning. And you can see that innovation is so closely linked to digitalization. This serves as a great segue into the second part of our session, which talks about digitalization and its application in effective humanitarian assistance. For that, I'd like to hand it over to the moderator of the session, to Awani. And I'd like to welcome the panelists of the second part here as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yang, and thank you for all the panelists. Dr. Gabor Molnar from UNIDO. And Mr. Robert Baker as well. Oh. Thank you very much from the World Food Programme. That was very insightful. And can I have the opportunity to kindly invite you on stage very quickly? So the second part is a special session. We will explore the potential role of digital technologies in humanitarian food assistance. We have here with us the director of the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security from Thammasat University in Thailand. She will be moderating together with the panelists. I understand you will introduce your panelists yourself. Is that correct? So please give a big round of applause to Ajahn Awanwi Petgongkaew Ka, or lecturer Awanwi Petgongkaew Ka.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second special sessions on the role of digital technology in humanitarian food aid. My name is Awanwi, as the MC already introduced to all of you, and I'm so delighted to serve as the moderator of this session. So continue from the previous session, you guys know that humanitarian food system become increasingly complex, and digital technology offer exciting opportunity to strengthen food safety and food security. So over the next 30 minutes, We will explore how digital technology can enhance food safety, traceability, transparency, accountability within humanitarian operations. We have an excellent panel with us today. So the first people that I would like to introduce, that is Mr. Fernando from World Food Program. Please welcome. And the next panel that I would like to introduce, Kun Jirani from Charan Pokapan Food. Please welcome her. And the last speaker, Dr. Pawini. So Dr. Pawini is a leading professor who really involved in several legal, policy, and regulator network. Please welcome Dr. Pawini. So without further ado, let us begin the second session right now. So my first question will start with the humanitarian organization like a World Food Programs. Fernando, as we know that World Food Program operate in some of the most challenging environment globally, can you tell us how can digital solutions be implemented to facilitate and accelerate the delivery of humanitarian aid to those in need?
Thank you. When we think about digital solutions applicable to food safety quality systems, and specifically in the humanitarian context, we can think about the simpler solutions to the more elaborate ones. So we can think, for instance, about remote monitoring. We have situations where we have difficulty or challenges to access different areas. And when we establish remote monitoring systems, as an example, downstream quality, like delivery, warehouses, and etc. So when you have monitoring systems for temperature or humidity or storage, you can prevent food losses and also have a centralized data management and monitoring. So this is just one very practical examples on simple tools that can be used. When we think still operationally about the whole food safety and quality cycle from upstream to downstream, you have the whole process of supplier approval, setting specifications, setting inspections and analytical monitoring based on these specifications. So digital tools to automatize this whole process. This is a clear example on how the flow of communications, workflow, communications with inspection company through specifically designed systems can help to plan inspections, establish specifications based on different regulatory environments that we have for different countries and also based on international standards, have the communication of analytical results, have these results analyzed by supply chain officers in the organizations like WFP, where we have procurement officers and food safety and quality officers that are in charge to analyze the whole end-to-end process from procurement to inspection until delivery to the process, to the beneficiaries. So these are just some examples on how we can use digital to improve our processes, and yes, we can think of many others, but remote assessment to different areas is a key one. We found a very interesting example from the Philippines presentation on the remote audits. We started to establish remote audits during COVID time, during the pandemic time, and these technologies evolved a lot. And this is very useful and interesting for us as well, where we have difficult to assess to different locations. This is just some examples that I can mention. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting monitoring system. Yeah. So over to the company side. So from CPF, Kun Jirani, I would like to ask you, because I really know that the CPF already invested very heavily on the digital transformation and digital technology. So could you please provide an example of how digitalization is applied and how they impacted efficiently and reliability in food supply chain?
Thank you for having me here. My name is Jirani. I lead Global Net Zero strategy across 14 countries for CPF Group. For those who may not know, CPF is a leading integrated agro-industrial and food business, delivering high quality food to more than 4 billion people globally. Why around 40% of our revenue comes from domestic market, Thailand. Another 5% come from export market, like high quality, high standard market, right? The EU and the UK. The most critical challenging one that we are facing is the EUDR or EU deforestation regulation. You may familiar with that. This law driven by the fact that agriculture accounts for around 90% of global deforestation. This is the fact behind. And to combat this problem, the law targets at 7 modalities. For example, soy, palm oil, coffee. And you may wonder what impact us, CPFB, export poultry, aquaculture, shrimp, chicken, like this, how it impact this. Because of our chickens are fed with soy, and soy cause some deforestation globally. For CPF, we doesn't grow raw material by ourselves. So this is our supply chain risk. To combat this risk, we use digital solution to combat this risk. We deploy SAP and blockchain system to trace all the way back of raw material to the exact farm plot to ensure that the area not deforestation. This is how we deploy the technology.
Thank you very much. Really innovative for applying digital solution for health on EUDR identification. Thank you very much. And then, we already know about the detail and information from humanitarian organization like World Food Program and also with CPF. Now over to the regulatory side. I would like to ask Ajahn Pawini, as you are involved in several policy and regulatory network, may I ask for your opinion on what does the future look like when considering the application of digital solution for food supply chains?
Well, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. And thank for the audience as well. I think from the industry point of view, I think I agree with you. The supply chain is one of the very, very important part of food production. And a country like Thailand, for example, has probably one of the largest fresh agricultural product supplies in the country, in a region even, when we actually have a mass amount of supply coming into Bangkok. And you should go see some of the mass market. It's really amazing sight. From the regulatory point of view, it is really mismatching between the government readiness in order to grading our fresh products and material. And therefore, I think there's some improvement that needs to be had. But also blockchain is really an important issue because in the time of uncertainties, for example, the war that's going on, shipment get paused and a number of things are happening so suddenly. a manufacturing company having a hard time making the product from the same resources from the supply. And therefore, to have alternative suppliers commissioned ahead of time and have it blockchain so that there will be no piecemeal kind of operation. And then you can have more than one sources or better yet, 3, 4 sources, so that if one source is blocked, you can switch to another source and still have continuation of processes and manufacture and not disrupting that production so the people won't go hungry. And it is one of the an important issue. With digital technology and regulation, I think can be very, very useful. But digital technology is as good as the data that you have. So the country needs to make sure that you have solid background on data in order to have good forecasting. And regulation probably should make use of those technology, because regulation is not just a paperwork anymore. It is about managing the whole system. And how do we manage the whole system? For example, we have an experience with innovation for health products. To innovate for health products and safe products as well, you don't want to go through all the innovation until you have the final product just to find out that regulation doesn't approve. So what you want to do is to make sure that innovation and regulation go hand in hand and actually almost seeing each other, what each other is doing. For example, regulators from the regulatory authority point of view should know that what are the industry are doing right now. For example, future food, plant-based product, all kinds of things that are good. Regulatory readiness then have to work in order to make sure that innovators understand what are regulatory mandates that you have to be prepared for. So by the time that you finish innovation, your product is close to get approved, not some 5 years ahead that you have to go back and correct your innovation. And that's probably wasting about maybe 60–70% of your R&D expenditure that way. So we have to be more efficient, and we think that we can actually change the way we engage each other. The players need to understand that there are more than one way to engage each other. You can actually have the engagement. I'm running an organization called FERN, Food Innovation and Regulatory Network, precisely to do that. FERN will talk to innovators and understand regulation, and then put together the roadmap for innovation roadmap and regulatory roadmap going together hand in hand all the way to the end, not one before the other.
So it should be the cooperation, collaboration between.
Absolutely. Oh, I need to add one more thing. And that is in Asia countries particularly, each country are doing their own jurisdiction, their own FDA control. So therefore, they don't particularly align from one country to another. And that is a trade roadblock because, for example, a country in ASEAN, we have many commodities that are very similar. If a country does, say, curcuminoid product in one country and get approved, when they get sent to another country, they have to go through another whole regulatory review again. Why it is a very similar, almost same material because we're in the same region. There has to be a more openness in terms of working together country to country so that we learn each from each other. So what we have managed to do is we propose positive list of our local ingredients, something that already have data support, safety data, clinical data, and health data to prove and show, and FDA accepted. So now we start having 10 positive lists, and we have a target of 150 positive lists in the end. These are same raw material or almost same raw material that other ASEAN country has. So the question is, can we do it together?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we can do much faster and better. And with positive list, it's really helping the small and medium enterprise because they do not have enough research support to do clinical trial each time you come out with a product. To do clinical trial would cost about 5 million baht. No companies would have that kind of money. But if you pre-approve positive list and you show that you have this much bioactive compounds and it is safe, you can go ahead and do a health claim. So for a small company, small and medium company, all they need to do is all this, and then they can issue a product. So this is really to help raise the economy from the ground up. And I think this is really one of the important part about growth.
Yeah, I do agree with you, and thank you for sharing this insightful information. So the next question I would like to ask all of you about, what do you think, how can predictive analytics and AI be used to better anticipate potential humanitarian aid bottlenecks and allow the implementation of digital solution to minimize supply chain disruption? Yeah, so maybe who gonna first? CPF, maybe Kun Jirani first. Yes, please.
We adopt a digital solution for food safety and sustainability. As I share you, we use SAP and blockchain to trace back our raw material to the exact plot, exact farm to ensure the deforestation. We also adopt the AI to ensure the data validity. Nevertheless, we need to use human to ensure that the data is verified and validated. In my opinion, we need to go hand in hand between technology and human. Human need to be upskilled and reskilled to understand and validate the data that AI or tool already done for us. Human is very necessary. Yes.
Thank you very much. Over to maybe Fernando in view of
sure.
the World Food Program.
Yes, sure. One of the keys is integration between also different areas because we have data everywhere and sometimes in different areas that are not necessarily just food safety and quality and supply chain. Just an example, we have in WFP one nutrition area with plenty of information about nutritional needs, about hunger in different countries, in different contexts. And you have exactly a rich array of information in relation to nutritional needs. And from the other side, you have supply chain with all the strategic sources, suppliers, type of food baskets that we have in different countries. So analytics of data and also AI can help to provide this integration. How I combine the needs with what is available and have automatic tools that can define supply chain strategies. We have a specific tool on this in WFP, it's called Optimus, that does exactly this, design food baskets based on nutritional needs and also food sourcing strategy from WFP and also local and international foods available. And this is interesting because this helps not just to plan supply chain itself, but also food safety and quality. Because when you have a clear definition of basket from the planning, you can more easily track what are the high-risk foods, where are these foods coming from? Is there any local problem with specific foods related to mycotoxins or heavy metals or other contaminants? So you can integrate all the data, not just the specific data on food safety, but integrate the data related to food safety, food availability, and nutritional needs in different contexts, including emergency contexts. So this is one example of how data analytics and also AI can help a lot, and is already a reality. We used to say it's not something for the future, is already present.
I think you use this a lot in the World Food Program, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In the in the country members, something like that.
Yeah. We use in different country offices. We have the nutritional data on different countries and also supply chain information from different countries, including the region, Asian Pacific region, and using these strategies to help to plan. So this is the planning aspect, and this helps a lot on the operations for supply chain and food safety and quality as well.
And this data like open access to everyone, or just only World Food Program member can access it?
This is more accessible to World Food Program, but yes, for sure we can check internally how is the access of this information externally as well.
Thank you.
At least for the nutritional needs, this typically is open information, but the internal supply chain information, this is more internal, let's say, for WFP, at least for the internal planning of food distribution and etc. Yeah.
Thank you. What about your opinion, Kajan Pawini?
Well, I'm probably going to use an example of emergency situation. I work on emergency relief food program for some time in Thailand, and also before that in the U.S. was working with in a committee with U.S. Army and USAID on emergency relief food program. But anyway, coming back to Thailand, I found that there's a mismatch between the country government and the local government in terms of how they act and how fast they act when there's an emergency. I was living in Hat Yai, which is the south of Thailand, where it's like a little valley that collects water when they have heavy rain. And every 5 to 10 years, there's always big, heavy rain. So it's very relatively very predictable. However, the last year, when there was huge, unprecedented amount of water coming through, the government forecast already that, hey, everybody to take precaution, and the local government say we can take care of that. So the people are very confused on what to do, so therefore they did nothing. And this is one of the things that a good example of non-coordinated effort. And in the end, foundation and NGOs going into the area where a lot of flood people are really chaotically trying to find food, rescue, and everything. The boat cannot get into the area because the water is gushing so fast that even the people on the boat were risking their lives. So in that point, actually, delivering food has to be designed in a situation that is right for that. So for a city like Hat Yai, definitely you have to have multiple food products. One that can float on water, can be airdropped from a helicopter. Probably not good for having boat if the water is so very fast. And at the same time, have a system in which you can forecast better at the local level. At that time, they had the flag system, red, yellow, green poles. If the water comes from that side, is in yellow. Okay, the people in Hat Yai have to be aware. And if there's red over there, then Hat Yai should be ready and get everything up to the second floor, for example. But in this particular case last year, it didn't happen. The color was still yellow, but the water just came so quickly that people didn't see it. So in other words, the global warming or whatever how you call it, natural disaster can happen in much more unpredictable way than we think. It's not like the usual time. So you have to have extra precaution and communication between government to government and government to local players in rescue, including food production. Hat Yai is like stranded area because it's far south So logistically, taking the food from Bangkok, for example, to that area is not possible. Everything is cut out. So they have to have a local production. So right now, our foundation that we are running actually supporting a local production of a food and stockpiling it and use it for some people so that we have continuous production for the case if there are emergency that coming through, they can ramp up that production relatively easily themselves without having to rely on food support from Bangkok, for example. It's just not possible. So this is the kind of thing, in real situation where the people in that area and the governments need to be ready and be ready even more so than before. But I don't know who's going to get started. It's really hard. Who can start? Who start the discussion between local government and the central government? You would think that they do, but there are disconnect there, and also NGO, the foundations and so on. They're really great, but they have limited resource. And one of the things that we found that the biggest asset for us are universities. We have a lot of universities who actually can do something because they are local and they have some capability. So we are trying to engage local university to be a sort of a go-to person in order to get this organized. But they have to take more aggressive action.
So what you are going to say is this about we can use data analytics and AI during the crisis.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For
Especially-
example,
yeah.
that post, the red, yellow, green post, that can be AI.
Yeah, yeah.
AI can manage all that and predict forecasts like 10 days ahead, right?
Yeah.
And then sending food to the people in the city. When somebody calls, there's a flag go up, AI can do that. Oh, there's somebody need help over there. Somebody already got help over there, and so on. So you can look at the map, and AI can actually do real time.
Yeah, yeah. I do
monitoring.
Agree. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So thank you very much for this idea. Yeah. And the last question before we end these sessions. So if there is one action, only one action that the government, industry, and humanitarian organization should take immediately after this forum to accelerate digital transformation, what would it be, for your opinion? Or maybe who first? Okay, Kun Jirani, please.
Digital solution, AI, IoT, and SAP or blockchain system help us to closely collaborate with upstream supplier and downstream clients. From upstream, we source soy from Brazil. We use blockchain to transfer the data along the way from farm plot to feed our feed factory, to farm and to food factory until to the UK market. What I would like to share is that the people along this value chain is very important. They are the main actor to make it possible. So after this forum, I would talk to my partners that we need to upskill, reskill, and understand how the system works so that we will control the system and use them wisely.
Thank you. So that's about capacity building of human resources. Yes. So who gonna next? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, if we have just one action, the very first one would be collaboration. So search opportunities for collaboration between academia, between private sector, governments, and also humanitarian organizations in our case, because data is everywhere. There are many
creative people establishing AI solutions, like when you think specifically about food safety and quality, for instance, we see many private company developing tools like digital tools like HACCP, the hazard analysis and critical control point systems, largely used in food industry. Completely automated and based on data using on contaminants in different regions and etc., and doing automatically the analysis. So there are huge opportunities, for instance, for collaboration with private sector and also for sure with academia. So the very first action would be attentive and be where are the opportunities to collaborate. Yeah.
Thank you. So that is cooperation and collaboration. And what about อาจารย์ Pavini ค่ะ
I think Frederick took the word from my but my keyword is PPP, public, private, and people partnership, because all what we're talking about here is really all about these actors, right? People, private, and public, which are the government. We really have to have a much closer niche and share of responsibilities. I think the share responsibility have to be very clear. Right now, I don't think a country in Thailand, for example, is very clear about that. But when we're talking about sustainability, circularity, or even emergency relief, I think there are a lot of pointing fingers and so on. And I don't blame anyone for it. It's just the lack of coordination and collaboration that people are so far apart. So bringing them together and really have a regular drill, if you will, in terms of forming those kind of agreement and partnership, I think it would be really important. And then whatever else we're talking about would not be an issue. Anything, any issue, any problem that we try to solve won't be an issue if you have a very strong PPP collaboration, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we come into the end of this session, and I would like to say thank you very much to all of our panelists and for all the insightful and valuable insight and experience today. And thank you to all of you for joining us for these sessions. And I wish you have like an enjoy and the rest of the conference today and tomorrow. So thank you very much once again, and I return the floor to our MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to all of our panelists together with the moderator, Ms. Awanwi Petkongkeo Nakha. Thank you once again. And thank you to Mr. Fernando, Ms. Jirani, and Ms. Pavini for your insightful discussion. We have enjoyed a very insightful discussion from within Thailand and outside of Thailand as well. And how are you guys feeling? Are you looking for something fun to do? Perhaps a break? No one wants to go for a break. Someone smile. So would you like another session right after this? Or would you like to go and have some rest, perhaps? No response. So I take it that you're quite tired. In that case, let's have some tea or coffee. We'll prepare the snacks outside. We're generously giving you 35 minutes. So let's get back here at 4:30, 4:30. You can use this as a great opportunity to network amongst each other. And we will come back with more. There will be another technical session. Actually, sorry, it's a keynote presentation from the Food and Drug Administration of the United States of America. So a lot more of insights to be shared, and basically enjoy your break. ขอบคุณค่ะ Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful discussion amongst each other, getting to know each other a bit more. Now, the next session, we're going to be focusing on the interoperability for end-to-end traceability. This session, we will be exploring one of the most persistent challenges in the digital food safety, which is enabling diverse traceability systems to share data seamlessly across organizations, technologies, and borders. And with this, may I have the honor of inviting Mr. Patrick Jonasson, the head of Asia Pacific Public Policy at GS1, to do an introduction.
Thank you everyone for the kind words, the introduction and the applause. We're still letting people return from their coffee breaks. This is the last session of the day. It's going to be a very exciting session. We're looking at end-to-end traceability, the opportunities for end-to-end traceability, and the challenges of a very difficult word, which some people don't like to say, and some people like me have difficulty saying it. It's called interoperability, and interoperability during this week, both in this conference and in other conferences, has been really a central theme to many of the conversations that we are having, both from business side and with governments. And it seems to be this challenge that we cannot really jointly address in a common way. And I really look forward to discussing this topic and related traceability challenges with a few of my colleagues here today. So those of you that are speakers and are in the room here, I can ask you to sit down again, because we will first have the keynote presentation from Jennifer Thomas, who is the senior advisor at the US FDA. So she will be giving her online keynote, and then we will get going on stage in about 10 minutes from now. So with that, I would like to wish everyone really welcome to this last session of the day, where we are trying to address one of the most challenging topics within the food safety context and the food safety conversations that we are having between business and government. And I do believe that it's going to be a very exciting conversation that we are having. But first, I would like to introduce Jennifer Thomas, the senior advisor at the US FDA, to give the keynote presentation via video. Thank you. Please roll the video.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Thank you to the program organizers for the invitation to speak today. It's a privilege to be here to speak to you about a topic that sits at the heart of our shared mission: protecting consumers and facilitating safe, fair food trade across borders. I'm here today not speaking on behalf of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, but as the chair for the traceability workstream in the Codex Committee for Food Import and Export Inspection and Certification Systems, or CCFIX. Today, I'll provide a brief look at traceability within Codex, then discuss the work currently underway in CCFIX related to traceability. Why does traceability matter? Let me begin with a simple question. When something goes wrong in the food supply, a contamination event, a foodborne illness outbreak, a case of food fraud, how quickly can we find the source? How precisely can we identify which products are affected, where they came from, and where they went? The answer to that question is traceability. Traceability is not just a regulatory tool. It's a public health safeguard. It is a trade facilitation mechanism. And increasingly, it is a cornerstone of consumer confidence in the global food supply. When traceability works, it means faster recalls, more targeted interventions, fewer illnesses, and less economic disruption. When it doesn't work well, the consequences can be severe for consumers, for industries, and for the credibility of our food control systems. Let's take a quick look at the history of traceability in Codex. The concept of traceability first gained formal recognition in Codex through the General Principles of Food Hygiene, CXC 1-1969, which established foundational expectations around food business operator accountability throughout the food supply chain. In 2004, the Codex Alimentarius Commission adopted a formal definition of traceability in the Codex Procedural Manual, defining it as the ability to follow the movement of a food through specified stages of production, processing, and distribution. This definition remains in use today and provided the starting point for future thinking in Codex about traceability. Building on that definition, CCFIX developed the Principles for Traceability Product Tracing as a tool within a food inspection and certification system. This was adopted by Codex in 2006 as CXG 60-2006. This was the first dedicated Codex document on traceability, and it established several foundational principles that continue to shape our work, including that traceability is a part of a food control system, and the purpose, objectives, and specifications should be clearly described. That the application of traceability should be practical, technically feasible, and economically viable. That traceability should not be more trade restrictive than necessary. And that importing countries should not require exporting countries to replicate their own traceability systems, recognizing that different approaches can achieve the same outcomes. These principles reflected a careful balance, acknowledging the importance of traceability while respecting the diversity of national food control systems. CXG 60-2006 was an important foundation, but over the years, it became clear that the food system had changed dramatically and that the guidance needed to evolve with it. Global supply chains had become far more complex. Digital technologies had transformed how data could be collected, stored, and shared. Foodborne illness outbreaks were increasingly crossing borders, and food fraud had emerged as a significant and growing threat to both consumer safety and fair trade. At the same time, member countries were developing their own national traceability requirements, sometimes in ways that created inconsistencies, trade barriers, or burdens on food business operators, particularly in developing countries and small-scale operations. It became clear that Codex needed updated, more comprehensive guidance that addressed digital tools, interoperability, food safety and food fraud, and the responsibilities of both competent authorities and food business operators in a modern food system. This brings us to the work that is currently underway. CCFIX is in the process of developing new draft principles and guidelines on traceability product tracing within a national food control system, building on the strong foundation from CXG 60-2006. Traceability has evolved since the initial document in 2006. This revision is an opportunity to update some of the terminology and concepts in the existing document to better reflect current thinking and practices, and also provide some practical guidance to competent authorities and food business operators in developing traceability in the context of a national food control system. Let me walk you through some of the key elements of this draft. I will note that this guideline is still in draft form, and any remarks here reflect the content of the draft guideline. As currently drafted, the new draft guideline is designed to serve two primary audiences: competent authorities and food business operators. For competent authorities, it provides guidance on how to establish and utilize traceability as part of a national food control system, including how to design traceability requirements, what legal frameworks may be needed, and how to manage and protect traceability data. For food business operators, it provides practical guidance on implementing traceability within their operations and throughout the supply chain. Importantly, the draft guideline is explicitly technology neutral. It does not prescribe specific tools or methods. Whether a system is paper-based, digital, or a combination of both, the guideline is designed to apply. This is a deliberate and important choice, ensuring that the guidance is accessible to countries and operators at all levels of technological capacity. The draft guideline articulates a set of core principles that build on and expand the foundations of CXG 60-2006. I want to highlight several that I believe are particularly significant. First, traceability should be designed and implemented to support National Food Control System objectives, taking into account the entire food supply chain. Traceability is an important element of a national food control system, but it operates within the larger system. Second, the principle of one step back, one step forward. At any specified stage of the food supply chain, traceability should, at a minimum, be able to identify where the food came from and where it went. This is a practical, achievable standard that forms the baseline for all traceability systems. Third, the principle of risk-based requirements. Where competent authorities seek to establish traceability requirements that go beyond this baseline, requiring more extensive scope or more detailed information, those requirements should be justified by evidence of increased risk. This is a critical safeguard against disproportionate or trade restrictive requirements. Fourth, the principle of technical feasibility and economic viability. Traceability requirements must be practical. They must not impose unnecessary burdens on food business operators, particularly smaller operators or those in developing countries. Fifth, and perhaps most forward-looking, the principle addressing digitization. The draft guideline acknowledges that digital technologies, when appropriately applied, can support traceability objectives by improving the availability, accuracy, and timeliness of data. This is not a mandate, it is a recognition of opportunity. The new draft guideline also takes a more explicit approach to defining responsibilities, both for competent authorities and for food business operators. Under the draft guideline, competent authorities would establish risk-based traceability requirements, develop appropriate infrastructure to manage traceability data, maintain confidentiality of commercially sensitive information, and communicate clearly with stakeholders. Food business operators would establish and maintain traceability records, share relevant data with others in their supply chain, provide information to competent authorities when requested, and regularly test their traceability systems to ensure they function as intended. One of the most significant areas of new content in the draft guideline concerns interoperability. The draft guideline defines interoperability as the ability to exchange data and information between different data management systems consistently and accurately, ensuring seamless communication and data availability across the food supply chain. While interoperability is most commonly used in the context of digital systems, it's also applicable to non-digital systems through establishment of commonality of terms and required data elements. This capability is foundational to effective traceability. Interoperability matters for global traceability in several ways. Modern food supply chains are inherently global. A single product may be grown, processed, packaged, and distributed across multiple countries before reaching a consumer. Interoperable systems ensure that traceability data flows across these borders without gaps or distortions, preserving a product's full history. When foodborne illness outbreaks or contamination event occurs, time is critical. Interoperable systems allow competent authorities and industry partners, both domestically and in different countries, to quickly share and act on traceability data, reducing the time it takes to identify the source, scope, and affected products, and ultimately protecting more consumers. Interoperability is most effective when built on globally recognized data standards. These standards serve as a common language that allows diverse systems, regardless of country or technology platform, to exchange meaningful, actionable traceability information. Many national regulatory frameworks have food traceability requirements, but they vary significantly in scope and format. Interoperable systems that align with international standards can help bridge these differences, making it easier for multinational food companies to comply across jurisdictions and for regulators to collaborate during cross-border investigations. Interoperability frameworks that are designed with accessibility in mind can help smaller or lower resourced countries and companies participate meaningful in global traceability systems, rather than being excluded due to technical or financial barriers. This strengthens the entire food supply chain, since traceability is only as strong as its weakest link. Interoperability is not a technical nicety, it is a practical necessity. In a global food system where a single product may pass through multiple countries, multiple operators, and multiple regulatory systems, the ability to exchange data seamlessly can mean the difference between a rapid, targeted recall and a slow, costly, and incomplete one. The draft guideline encourages the use of internationally recognized data standards as a benchmark for electronic traceability tools, and it highlights the value of standardizing both the syntax, meaning the formats in which the data are shared, and the semantics, the meanings of the data elements themselves. Common terminology matters, whether traceability is electronic or paper-based. Two of the final areas of the draft guideline deserve mention: information protection and international cooperation. On information protection, the draft guideline is clear that competent authorities should establish appropriate security measures to protect commercially sensitive data. Data sharing agreements between competent authorities may be needed to provide robust governance frameworks. On international cooperation, the draft guideline references existing codex texts, including the text on information exchange between importing and exporting countries, and the text on information exchange in food safety emergencies, as frameworks for how competent authorities should communicate and cooperate on traceability matters. In a food safety emergency, timing and transparent information sharing is not optional, it is essential. The draft guideline also reaffirms that it should not be mandatory for an exporting country to replicate the traceability requirements or systems of an importing country. It also maintains a concept from the original document that calls on importing countries to consider providing assistance to exporting countries where their NFCS objectives cannot otherwise be met, including flexibility of design and technical assistance. As we look ahead, the development of this new Codex Traceability Draft Guideline represents a genuine opportunity, an opportunity to modernize our shared framework, to address the realities of today's food supply system, and to build a more resilient and more transparent global food supply chain. The work is not finished. There are still areas of the draft where member countries hold different views on the scope of requirements, on the role of digital tools, on the balance between national sovereignty and international alignment, for example. These are healthy debates, and they reflect the diversity and complexity of our global community. What unites us is the shared goal: food that is safe for all consumers. In closing, I want to acknowledge the many countries, organizations, and individuals who have contributed to Codex traceability work over the decades, from the foundational principles of CXG 60/2006 to the draft guideline before us today. I look forward to our continued partnership as we work together to finalize this draft guideline and strengthen traceability systems around the world. Thank you.
And that was Ms. Jennifer Thomas, the Senior Advisor from Food and Drug Administration of the United States of America. And we're going to go to the next session. And once again, I'd like to invite, as a moderator on stage, please give a big round of applause once again to Mr. Patrick Jonassen, the head of Asia Pacific Public Policy at GS1. And on this occasion, I'd like to invite our panelists to join him on stage, starting with Mr. Colin Christmas, Global Head of Food, SGS Group. Wow, he's got a big fan here. With standing ovation as well. Amazing. Okay, and next, may I please invite Ms. Rola Bao Kozam, Head of the Food Safety and Control Section from the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA. Joining the panelists as well, Mr. Amran Hassan, once again on stage, the Deputy Director from the Pre-Market Approval Food Safety and Quality Program from the Ministry of Health from Malaysia. And last but not least, the Director of Export Standards Branch, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry from Australia, Mr. Glenn Edmonds. Now that we have all the panelists ready, I will pass the floor to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's really encouraging to hear that there is such a strong support from the audience here for digital traceability. Yeah. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Okay, this is going to be a great session. I heard it's raining outside, so you cannot go anywhere anyway, so we're stuck here. So we're going to enjoy conversations around digital traceability, interoperability, and everything that goes with it. As you already have heard from the US FDA, there is mature discussions within Codex on the updating of the guidelines from 2006. And we are, of course, very much looking forward to see how those materialize and what the results will be. And we will get into a few questions in the session around those developments at Codex. But to get the conversation started here, I will throw some easy questions first to the panelists so we can get to know them a little bit better and understand their approach to the topic at hand. So Glenn, I will start with you if you're ready. So Glenn, Australia has a strong international reputation for food safety and export integrity. As global supply chains become increasingly digital, what do you see as the biggest opportunities for governments and industry to strengthen trust, improve market access, and reduce compliance burdens through better use of digital data and traceability systems?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the question almost answers itself sometimes, because you're talking about the trust, and having that trust or confidence in the information that's being provided or the data that's being generated, I think is the essential part to making this work, whether it's in traceability, whether it's in certification through the certification systems and eCert that we've talked about, and even what we're seeing. We heard there's some questions about trust or confidence in the information you see when you do remote auditing. So I think with all of those things, the one thing, and I think the element of trust that comes in, is communication. If you're not talking to each other, whether it's talking between governments, but also with industry and working with industry, because industry is actually going to be at the forefront of developing innovative technologies and using technologies, and the regulator's role is to make sure that they deliver the appropriate outcomes. So I think that so long as we've got that kind of dialogue going, we're involved in the standard setting and the work that Codex is doing. And I'd like to thank Jennifer. Australia is a co-chair on that group, working on the traceability paper. And she's a great leader, and I think we're actually making some great progress on the document. I think if you expect it to give you a one-stop shop on how to digitalise traceability, that's not going to happen. But I think that it's setting the framework and the boundaries on how you can actually use digitalisation in that context. So I think keep working in those sorts of areas and developing those documents, and working on CC Fix, I think, is actually going to be helping us towards maintaining that and confidence and trade, as you said.
And do you feel like that Australia is in a unique situation here in Asia Pacific with your growing big exports into the Asia Pacific markets, and you're supporting your export industries in a robust way? I think I'm seeing that more in Australia than maybe any other country in the region.
So I missed the question.
The question is, do you feel like you are in a unique situation here in how you have a robust support for your exporters?
I think it's a hard one.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of work to actually to do that and to make sure that we meet importing country requirements. I think that's probably one of the focuses that we have, is that, you know, obviously a lot of what we're talking about today and throughout the sessions will be on food safety and delivering food safety for our own people. But Australia is a net exporter of product, you know, agricultural product. I think 70% of our agricultural produce in general goes overseas. And to do that, we need to be complying and meeting the requirements of different nations. At the same time, we may actually have a different approach to doing something, and that's probably because we're an island and don't face the same challenges that others do with close neighbours. But also, I think that we do a lot of risk analysis on what we do. We invest in our science to actually make sure that we've actually got, you know, the basics that we need to underpin what it is that we say to people, and then they can come and see whether it's a remote audit or a visiting audit. So, yeah.
All right, thank you for that. We move on to Amran. So many exporters are facing growing requirements from different markets relating to traceability, certification, sustainability, and other product information. From the Ministry of Health in Malaysia's perspective, how important is international interoperability and the use of common standards in helping Malaysian businesses meet these requirements efficiently and to remain competitive in international markets?
Thank you, Mr. Patrick, for the question. For Malaysian perspective, international interoperability and the use of common standards are increasingly important and very important for Malaysia.
Yeah.
Because more than 95% of the industry in Malaysia are in the category of SME. And then and now the international interoperability is not just food safety. It goes beyond food safety. It's a trade facilitation and about competitiveness among the industry. And then for exporters, they face a growing range of requirements. They said they have to demonstrate traceability, sustainability, certification status, product origin, supply chain transparency. And then this requirement often aim a similar objective, but they have to submit repeatedly the same input for this certification product and for the customers. And then they have information. And then this is why interoperability become critical. That means they have submit one time, use many times.
Yeah.
Into the system.
Yeah.
Actually. Okay.
Thank you. We move on to Rola. So for the IAEA, you play a unique role in food safety through nuclear and isotopic techniques, which was something new to me, even though I've been working in food safety for many years. So I'm happy to learn about that today. How can these scientific traceability methods integrate with digital traceability systems, in your view?
Thank you so much for the question. So when we say digital traceability, it means for the food, it means we need to get the product from the origin, how it was produced, how it was processed, and how it was distributed. What we need for the digital, it means we need data. And here it comes the role of nuclear and related technique, I can say. It's not only about nuclear, but we can have like a comprehensive data. So this data can add a layer of verification of all hypotheses which we propose. Specifically with nuclear technique, they can provide let's say parameters which are indicators for the origin. We can use another type of testing for surface measurement and also trace element, which can reflect as well not only origin but also adulteration. It can provide also about agriculture practice, if it's organic or non-organic. As well about halal food. In other is if they were like any additives, toxic additives. So all this part on the processing part, it can be very much detectable by applying some techniques. And the most important, and here also is another layer of the digitability when applying the AI and the machine learning to integrate the bulk of data and to come up with one conclusion. So that's why nuclear technique is very relevant. They are different from others. They are very specific, and that's why the credibility of the data which are produced is also the most important to base our conclusion on that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe later, if we have time, I will have a follow-up question on how you're applying AI to your processes. So think about that. Colin, so going into a little bit more of a private sector perspective, I guess, having heard from governments and intergovernmental organizations. So what companies today are driving meaningful innovation in the traceability space today? And while doing so, where does traceability, interoperability break down in these processes? What is your experience?
Yeah, so thanks, Patrick. So I think if we just go back over 10 years ago, even before the traceability problem statement, people were talking about transparency. So they wanted transparent supply chains, consumers wanting to know where things came from at the source. So that really started the journey, and you saw that progress through to a fascination with blockchain. IBM Food Trust was a good example of that, where they came in with a solution. And I think big companies in the private sector saw that whoever won the race, almost like a utopia, could potentially be the single source for a traceability system in the food supply chain. So we move on 10, 11 years now, and that hasn't been the case. And I think really because we started off at a place where not everyone wanted to use the same system. And I know previously to working at SGS, I worked at Nestle, and if you ask your suppliers to work on a particular system, they would say, I have 5 different customers and they all want different traceability solutions. So I'm not going to put my data into 5 different systems so this thing can be tracked, and I don't have the team to actually do a data entry exercise. So where are we at now if there's no single dominant player in the private sector? Well, I think people took a step back and said, well, it's not about having a single source of collection of data. We actually need data standards, and we need a neutral layer. So one of the things that's emerged in the recent years is a neutral connectivity platform called Starfish. And if anyone's familiar with that, that is not about collecting the data. It's actually about exchanging the data. We're not creating complicated data lakes. We're not storing the data because there's a lot of sensitivity around the data exchange. So it's all about facilitating, and there's now there's probably over 100 different traceability companies just in the food space that now can create interoperability through these neutral connectivity layers like Starfish. So I think that's the starting point. And then just going back is maybe where we didn't solve the problem probably 10, 15 years ago, is we didn't get into the data standards space. And GS1 is actually doing some great work in that space now with standards like EPCIS 2.0, with data link. And this is actually collecting the data and allowing the data to be exchanged. And that's how organizations like Starfish can exchange that information across supply chains. And I think if it's exchanged, people are more willing to provide information just related to the traceability. And you're not asking, and one traceability digital platform is not asking for different information than the others. There's a consistent set of what are the critical tracking elements and what are the key data elements as well to exchange that data. So you've got consistency amongst what's being asked and what's being exchanged. And maybe the final piece that fascinates me is I always said you're not going to solve the traceability problem because there's too much data to be exchanged. And if someone's got to say, I've received 10 pallets and I've exchanged 10 pallets to the next person in the supply chain, they've got to pick that up and you incorporate process and events and new information, it gets very, very complicated. But now what we're seeing is a series of AI agents that will receive a data request to say, can you provide traceability information of what you've received? Can you then provide traceability information of what you've passed on to the next person in the supply chain? And if that data agent has a strict set of rules, which is guided by data standards and permissions to exchange that data, then you actually can facilitate data exchange at a pace that is necessary to create traceability in a supply chain.
So can I just jump in there with a quick question to follow up? What's the main driver from this new willingness to collaborate amongst these 100+ companies you mentioned? Is there a one thing, or is it just times have changed and they've realized the importance of traceability?
I think in terms of the one main driver, I think regulators are driving that, and we'll talk about that a little bit more with things like FSMA Rule 204. So that's one of that. Outside of the food space, there is DPP, which is the digital passport product, which will go way beyond food. So I think the regulators will be one of the main drivers. We've always talked about the consumer demanding the information, but I always feel that it's the consumer of always 10, 15 years ago, they wanted transparency. We haven't been successful in really delivering that, and we still have problems with traceability today. So I think this is where the regulators really play the key part in actually demanding that, and ultimately that data exchange will then have bigger benefits. So whereas the FDA will ask for traceability for food safety reasons, once you have traceability there, then you can provide more information related to the digital passport, product passport, which then gets into things like the deforestation regulation. It gets into food security, which is much bigger than food safety.
Yeah, I was afraid that was going to be your answer, because we've seen the same not only for food but for other product categories, that even though consumers want more information about the product, maybe they're not always willing to pay for that added value, and hence we haven't really seen it happening from the private sector until there are some regulatory drivers behind it. So I think that's the reality, and thanks for confirming my thoughts around that. Opening the session here, we heard the presentation from the US FDA, and that presentation was essentially an update on the status of the development of the revised Codex guidelines. So I will jump into to one or two questions around this work, which is about updating the traceability guidance from 2006 that is actually still in force. So I'm throwing this to you first, Glenn. And then if, Rolla, you want to supplement and maybe add your point of view as well. So we're having the same question. So the Codex traceability guidance from 2006 is still in force. That's 20 years ago, 2006, just just to make note of that. What's the willingness to drive modernization of global frameworks for the safety of food supply chains in Codex? For me, as an outside observer that wants this to move really fast, it's a bit frustrating. So I'm thinking, is traceability not yet politically or technically aligned across governments? So maybe you can address that question, but also talk about your involvement in the process and how it's going, and when we can expect the revised guidelines to come out, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. I was really happy to hear the fourth speaker talk about transparency. I think transparency is a really important thing to distinguish, that traceability is part of it, but that it's not actually the same thing. And I think that the outcomes that we get from the traceability can feed into an industry context for that transparency and the wishes of industry, as well as actually feeding into, and probably very important for food safety outcomes and actually tracing foods for food safety outcomes. As far as the Codex work goes, I think it was a decision by those that are participating in the CCFIX meeting that there was a need to look at that document being 20 years old. And I think the experiences of COVID, different things, COVID-19 actually helped highlight that we went from audits of physical presence, going and traveling and doing things, unable to do that, and all of a sudden looking at technological solutions to answer questions. And I think that the text that was there before was more of a principles document than it was actually of a guideline. And I think that we're trying to add a bit of extra information to help provide guidance. But again, as Jennifer said, is technology neutral. We don't want to dictate what it is that you need to collect or how you collect. We don't want to dictate even that you need to use a digital solution if you have a paper-based solution for your economy that actually works for your economy and delivers the right outcomes. But ultimately, I think it's trying to help people understand how to set their food control system up so it can actually deliver outcomes when there is a situation that requires some action or activity. And I think that the suggestions, as Jennifer said, there's a number of things where countries do things differently, and some countries may want to go down a path of an extreme digital situation, and others may not. AI, so you talked about data and how much data there might be. We're really talking about the stepwise movement of food, and which are the steps. That's the traceability. The transparency is the additional information, and that can be in the context of a food safety issue, but the traceability itself and the document is trying to stick with the definition, and I've read a number of papers which say that the Codex definition best captures what traceability is, which is following a food product through the supply, the food chain as it's developed. And I think that's a positive thing for what the work that's being done.
Thank you. So I'm throwing the same question to you, Rola. And Amran, I have another question for you in a minute. So hold on. So Rola, we're still on the Codex traceability guidance. What is your take on this?
Thank you, and thank you so much, Edge, for just like a follow-up for what Ed has said. From my point of view, the Codex standard, it is not the problem by itself. Noting that all international standards, they are not binding for member states. So they have the freedom to adopt it or even to customize according to their own background. But the issue is within the government and also all the stakeholders of the food chain to be at the same level of the technicality and digitalization. So we cannot introduce digitalization if I have even one stakeholder between 10, not really at the high level to follow. And like noting that many issues has to be agreed before regarding metadata, for example, regarding the cybersecurity, regarding the transparency of information, regarding the credibility of the data provided. So all of that, the government has to be aware before, and then once it's like settled internally, enter government, it has to be also another level of discussion. So here it's really like a communication is the key. Having a good and strong system customized to the need is also a complementary and what we need to do it. Thank you.
Are you sensing that there is a lack of urgency, though, that this is not moving fast enough, or do you think that it takes the time it takes within Codex?
Sorry, I didn't get.
Are you sensing that there is a lack of urgency in getting this job done, or are you used to Codex taking its time?
In fact, it is the time. It is the time to be done, because the technicality, they are moving very strong.
Yeah.
So we need certain backgrounds. This legal background, we need it. Otherwise, the governments, once they are to define their internal system, it will not be mutually agreed between others. So that's why I think we are moving in the right time, unless the technology will be behind us as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Glenn, did you want to supplement anything?
I was going to say that I think that it's timely. I don't think it's behind the times. I think it's actually timely to do this work. And I think that the Codex process is a process of consensus, which means that those countries in the room that actually participate are actually saying that we think we need this work. But they also maybe have a slightly different approach. And so it's negotiating that pathway so that we can get a document that is distilled down to give the best advice to actually find the right pathway forward. And I think that, you know, the CXG 60 from 2006 was a good document. I don't think I have a problem with the way it was written. It's just not contemporary. And I think what we need to do is try and help bring that into this space and help both industry and government accept digitalization and make the best use of it.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Okay, Amran, I move over to you. So jumping into a little bit of a different topic and something that has been central, some of the discussions we've been having here today and during the week. It's about inclusion and how we can also support small and medium enterprises and making sure that these companies are also part of the journey we're all on. So we all say that don't leave SMEs and developing market exporters behind, and especially SMEs we're talking about right now. But every new system, every new technology, however well meant, it does add cost, it does add learning curve. What specifically makes the difference between a small exporter participating and being shut out? What is it that they need, maybe also as support from the government? Do they need incentives? Do they need tools, subsidies, or is this something that should be driven by the industry and they see the benefits themselves? And how do you communicate that to SMEs? Sorry, it's a long, complicated question, but essentially, how do we support SMEs?
Okay, thank you. From Malaysia perspective, factors that determine whether small exporters participate or get left behind is not technology itself. But the bigger challenge is capability and the confidence among the industries, among the small industries. And that if the SMEs understand the value of the traceability and digitization, but the practice, they often face real constraints, like limited technical expertise, financial resource, digital literacy, and access to the right support system. Yeah. And then our experience in Malaysia, when we gazetted a new law, a new regulation about the food safety system and traceability system. This looks like a simple regulation. Food manufacturer premise must have food safety and risk system, and about traceability, you have to have traceability one step before and one step after. Yeah. But during the implementation, among the big industry, no problem. They can do instant. Yeah. But for the small, medium industries, they really take time. First, really to understand what it's all about. And second, they have to find the resource. Once they understand, they have to find the resource.
how to run the program and how to maintain the program. And then some business not going well. And then that's the government step in. So we found that they have a challenge in capability, understanding, cost. So do we give incentive? Okay, and then one of the incentive we as a government we guide them personally. So industry we guide how to achieve the food safety system and the traceability system. So we have to make it phase by phase. So not implement one all. So really takes time since 2009, and we achieve all the time around 80 to 85% can get the traceability and the food safety system. And the ultimate success, we learned that something is shouldn't measure how advanced the traceability of the system is, but how many industry can involve in the system itself. So for us, inclusiveness must a key principles when designing the traceability system. And we can assume that every business can immediately adopt a sophisticated digital platform. Thank you.
Is from the Malaysian government side, is this led by the Ministry of Health, or are you working together with other ministries as well when you're engaging with the SMEs, like, for example, Ministry of Domestic Trade or others?
We work together with the MIDA, Ministry MIDA, and Ministry of Food and Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry.
Okay.
And then other agency related to food guidance, industry guidance.
Do you find that this cross ministerial collaboration makes this work more complex? Do you think it would have been easier if you had one centralized agency that handles all of these things, or it's working well in Malaysian government?
So in our experience, the agency work very well. So we just connect among regulation, MOH, and the agency.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Okay, Colin, back to you. So you mentioned previously the U.S. Food and Drug Agency Food Safety Modernization Act 204 traceability rule. So currently, this is one of the key drivers for food traceability. Can you tell me more about this, as well as the partnership for food traceability?
Yeah, sure, Patrick. So I think this is a really good example of the regulators. Why did they have to write this rule? And maybe we'll start there. So anyone who's familiar with food safety in North America, if I said romaine lettuce, you'd probably get goosebumps, or like the hairs on the back of your neck may stick up. Over 200 hospitalizations, 5 deaths. And this was in the news every day for weeks, if not months. So there was a traceability exercise, and they couldn't identify the farm. They couldn't identify the region. And eventually the message from the FDA was, don't eat romaine lettuce. So can you imagine if you're a farmer who's producing romaine lettuce and doing everything right, then all of a sudden you don't have an ability to sell your product. So that shows you the weaknesses in supply chains, and it doesn't always show itself until you're in the middle of a crisis. And very sadly, human lives are at risk. People are dying. So the drive is clearly there that people need traceability driven by food safety. That's really the starting point. The second thing is, so the regulation comes along, and it's really the what. So what are the critical tracking events? What are the key data elements? So that's defined really by the regulators. They'll say, this is what we need, this is the time we need it, and this is what needs to be passed along down the down supply chains. What happens then is, you can imagine a complicated supply chain with multiple tiers is no one's really going to get the regulation. Big companies, as I mentioned, I used to work at Nestle, they will have law firms that will help you interpret a regulation and be able to write policy procedures and ways of working to meet that requirement. But imagine a small supplier. Imagine a farmer who's producing romaine lettuce, maybe just for one store in a city. It's really beyond them. So this is where the public-private partnership comes in, and in the US, this something called the PFT, the Partnership for Traceability, was set up. And this is two organizations initially came together. One is called the Atchison Group, which is a very well-known consultancy organization in the US that looks at regulations like the Food Safety Modernization Act. And the other organization is the Levitt Group, which is a consultancy organization that works with policy makers in Washington, D.C. So they come together and they bring together the retailers, the food manufacturers, the technology providers, and also they bring in the regulators into working groups, technical working groups, and that essentially defines the how. So you now start getting these organizations saying, how are we going to implement this thing? It isn't about theory anymore. This is really about putting it together. So if we do have regulators in the room that are looking at regulations for traceability, the public-private partnerships that have come out, it's a really good one to look at and understand how that's really helping drive things in the United States. And I think so from there, you have a number of digital traceability companies coming into this organization that's working in a coherent way. So just one of those examples is TrackKey. So this is a partnership with SGS. So I'm not here to plug the organization, but just to give you an example, is they will look at solutions to say low cost. How do we actually then provide a solution that a farmer doing romaine lettuce can use, or a big company like Nestle can use to actually show traceability in their supply chains? Remember, there's a neutral connectivity layer, which is Starfish, so that information can be freely exchanged. And also, PFT does a lot of education and awareness campaigns, so they will be decoding regulation. So whereas a big company can afford to pay it like Nestle, the farmer can't, they will get free access to education and awareness about what you need to do. And here are the tools that you can afford to use, not just from a license agreement, but actually from a resource simplicity and an easy access to do that. But what I like about that is we start off with a problem statement like the FSMA 204 rule, which is a food safety rule, which is preventing foodborne illness or identifying a farm quicker in the romaine lettuce incident. But then you go much further than that. The benefits of having traceability, as I mentioned before, go way beyond food safety. Just one other example I wanted to share is the Suez Canal incident. So if people remember that from 2021, the ship in the canal got stuck, and there was a backlog of around 600 shipping containers that couldn't get through the Suez Canal. Day one, in terms of trade that was stuck in the Suez Canal, was over $11 billion. So you have one incident in terms of a logistical incident, and I believe it took 6 days. In the end, it was between 30 and 40 billion dollars that was stuck in the Suez Canal. Now, a big chunk of that is food. So it can create food safety issues, but it becomes food security as well, because then the food doesn't meet its destination, becomes a food loss issue as well. So as soon as you start getting into understanding traceability, you can impact the security, the availability, even predict bottlenecks. To actually, when that happens, is how do you find an alternative source of food, especially with people like the World Food Program here. It's not just about people getting their strawberries off season. It's about people actually receiving food in a timely manner when there's a critical incident that's at stake. So I'm very excited that traceability is now getting to where it needs to be. And it's really good that we're having this conversation today. And when it gets there, it will be food security, not just food systems and food safety that we're looking at.
Yeah, you're right. They do come together, and they're sometimes confused as well. But I do believe that they do come together. It's just a reflection here that you at least back then 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12 around there, we needed all these food safety incidents to have updates of regulatory frameworks, which was very unfortunate. So you had it in the US, you had it in China, you had it in New Zealand, and a range of other countries due to food safety incidents, and then you had the new food safety laws coming out in those markets. So thank you very much. We need to be a little bit forward-looking here, and we need to think about the topic of the session and focus on the future and where digital traceability and interoperability will be. So I'd like to ask all of you the same question to wrap up the session. What does a fully interoperable global traceability system look like in 5 years from now? What is the one action needed today to get there faster? So maybe if you're speaking from a government point of view, it would be very interesting to hear also what you think industry would need to do. You want to go first, since you were holding the mic? Who wants to go first? Yeah, Yeah, Glenn, go ahead.
Thinking time. I'd like to see, and I don't think it's too far away, the Codex document finished. I think the Codex document sets a framework. And I think there's additional ones in CC-FIX. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say a plug for CC-FIX. It's actually in October in Perth, Australia. And I would encourage people that are interested in digitalisation to attend, because it's discussing traceability, it's discussing food fraud and a number of things, and even a paper on digitalisation of food safety systems, which I think is meant to be an overarching guidance on how to actually accept digitalisation into these systems. And remote audit was one of those that stimulated it. I think by having those papers, we're going to actually have some framework that everybody is on the same page. And so what I want to see from that is the communication improves. And I think that a lot of the things that you talked about from the context of the discussions in the US and so forth, they're not going to come from the Codex document itself, but they're going to be as a result of the Codex. Not that, because you're already doing them, but that sort of sets the framework that other people will have a discussion. So I think greater communication to actually make better use of digitalisation is really what's required. And that can be at all levels. And so those that are more advanced in the digital framework, that's great. You don't have to be the same as everybody else, but looking at that and planning for the future, because like it or not, we're moving to a digital world. And I think that we're just going to have to incorporate at some stage.
Yeah, thank you very much. Amran, same question for you. I repeat it. What does a fully interoperable global traceability system look like in 5 years? What's the one action needed today to get there faster? What are your thoughts?
So, so my opinion, two things we have to do in the fastest. First is agreed on common standard and interoperability among the border states and implementers. And second, we have to start collaborating from now. So government, industry, technology providers to build trust and adopt a common standard among the supply chain.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I like what I'm hearing. Rola, same question?
Yeah, from my side, I will interpret it from analytical point. So further, what we are expecting is more digitalization, more integration of data altogether. Even from analytical devices, the technicity is really going so fast in development. Even now, we can go with a very small device like your mobile, and we can measure directly in the field, because we have already collected some data, we incorporated in the device, and then it will be very useful in the future. So this technicity is really going very further. And the third point, risk assessment, it will be based on data, and all regulatory decision, it will be related and customized according to the context of every member state. So there is no hopefully we will reach that point where every member state will get to consider their own context once they are applying this standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin, same question for you. You want me to repeat it?
No, I think I'm good. So let's go back to the why. Why do we need this? And I mentioned food security, food shortages, food availability, as well as food safety. So I think that's there. The what is the regulations, and we see some good regulations as we mentioned today. The how do we do it? Well, the technology is there, right? Or it's really close to being there with AI, which is going to accelerate things. So everything is predicting we could have a fully interoperability, we could have full traceability within the 5 years. The missing piece for me is how do we accelerate that? And again, if there's any regulators in the room, is something that I've been talking about for a number of years. I look at regulators coming together. We talk about FDA doing the FSMA Rule 204, and there's other traceabilities within the European Union. There's the digital product passport. But what are the other regulators doing to really do that? And if they do create legislation, is it going to be written with a slightly different agenda, with a slightly different purpose, with a slightly different set of requirements? And I think that's where it may fall over. So my ask is for an international food regulators forum. And if ever anyone is familiar with the medical devices supply chain, they have an international medical devices regulators forum. It's an amazing organization. They work with international standards. They have an international standard that allows medical devices to be manufactured in, say, India and sold in the US and the UK and Australia. And they come together and they have a consistent interpretation against international standards, what is needed for quality management systems for medical devices. This, I believe, is a game changer for the food industry. If with all of these tools that we have, we need the regulators to come together collectively and actually create a forum where they talk about traceability with public-private partnerships similar to PFT, supporting that along the way. So I think that would accelerate things, but that would drive consistency, and it's all about standardization. It really is. And maybe this 15 years ago when we started this journey, people rushed in with the technology and they didn't think about the frameworks, the principles, the standards that we're now talking about today with the things like the Codex principles, ISO standards, GS1, and this is what's needed along with the public-private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I think you wrapped it up quite nicely with a future-looking kind of statement, and I do believe we do have the technology, we do have the standards being worked on. We do not yet have the level of collaboration maybe that we need, and I think that's something we should take away from this session. So we're a little bit over time. I apologize for that, but I think it was an engaging conversation we had. So I'd like to thank Glenn Edmonds, Amran Hassan, Rola Bo-Kosam, and Colin Christman for participating in this panel. And I'd like to thank all of you also for staying and waiting for the rain to finish. So I hope you enjoyed the session, and I hope you enjoyed the day today at the forum. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan, and all the panelists. And I hope that by the time we get out, the sky will be bright and shiny for all of us to enjoy the rest of our Thursday evening. I like to do a bit of a housekeeping for you. So those who are partners, we have arranged for a pickup, the shuttle bus pickup for the events partner. There are 2 times, 6 o'clock and 6:15. So 6 o'clock and 6:15 at the main entrance just opposite to the Novotel. And for other destinations, you can check the website, which is propacasia.com. And this would basically conclude the first day of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. We are still here tomorrow. Tomorrow we start our session. So we would really like for all of you to register register around 9:30, so 9:30. And then we will start our first session at 10 o'clock. So we really look forward to seeing you once again. It'll be very exciting, and I have prepared something for you, an exciting item personally from me to you. So I hope I will see you tomorrow. And well, enjoy the rest of your evening on Thursday in Bangkok, and I'll see you tomorrow. สวัสดีค่ะ